Chapter 578. 100,000 years. Yan Yi gasped. How terrifying would it be to be restrained at the same spot for 100,000 years? No wonder she had that much resentment. A normal person would have probably gone mad and possess a warped personality after being restrained for 100,000 years, right? I felt the situation was bad at that time. But I couldn't do anything because both my master and those experts weren't existences that I could resist. So I had no other choice but to secretly separate a portion of my consciousness and store it within my sheath. After that, I fled the demon catacombs with the hope of finding a way to rescue my main body. But I never imagined that this would go on for 100,000 years, said the sword spirit. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, Firstly, you really have my sympathies. However, you should be clearly aware that even the sword sect's founding ancestor hadn't been able to retrieve your main body. Don't you think that sending me over would be equivalent to sending me to my death? You've helped me a great deal, and am not an ungrateful person. I'll definitely rescue your main body if I possess sufficient strength in the future, alright? My time is running out. The sword spirit spoke in a low voice. Once those defiant profounders break through the seal, the first thing they do would definitely be to destroy my main Bodhi's consciousness. At that time, I wouldn't be myself anymore. Yan Yi laughed bitterly and said, You have to understand that we'll be walking towards our graves if we head over there right now. The sword spirit shook her head and said, When I said that the sword sect's founding ancestor was unable to save me, I was lying to you. It wasn't that he couldn't save me, he chose not to. Because if he were to have saved me all those years ago, then the seal would have definitely collapsed and countless defiant profounders would have swarmed out from within it. At that time, even he wasn't able to stop those defiant profounders, so had chosen not to rescue me. So that was why. Yan Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, Even if we do save your main body, what would we do about those defiant profounders? How would I deal with them? Truthfully speaking, I really want to help you if I can because helping you is equivalent to helping me. However, you should be aware that I can't even go against Monarch Realm experts, let alone half-saints. But the weakest amongst them are at the half-saint realm, she said. In the past, I hoped that you would grow completely into an expert before you head over to rescue my main body. But time is really running out now. Even if you don't save my main body, those defiant profounders will still emerge from the seal. The only difference is that you'll have a chance to obtain my main body if we head over there. Conversely, I would vanish from the face of this world if we don't rescue my main body while those defiant profounders would still emerge from within the seal. Looks like I have no other choice. Yan Yi laughed bitterly. We have to do it as soon as possible, said the sword spirit in a low voice. Yan Yi nodded. Yan Yi had just left Death Abyss when he received a transmission talisman from Su Qingshi. A wisp of ghastly killing intent arose in Yan Yi's eyes when he looked through it because Luo Jun had actually received assistance from the oceanic clans in the Ocean of Anarchy. So, Luo Jun's army had already landed on the other side of the Ocean of Anarchy, and the army had arrived before Ancient Domain City. At this moment, Ancient Domain City was in a state of emergency. Yan Yi's figure flashed and rushed towards Ancient Domain City with Corpse Ancestor. The reason he hadn't returned to the Southern Territory was because Ding Xiaoyao had already ordered the Southern Territory's army to gather and rush to Ancient Domain City once she found out that Luo Jun's army had arrived at the Southern Territory. Of course, this decision was supported by both the Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor. At this moment, practically all the elites of the Southern Territory were rushing towards Ancient Domain City. Especially the Grand Myriad Mountains. When he flew past the Grand Myriad Mountains, Yan Yi noticed that a dense wave of Dar beasts were rushing towards Ancient Domain City. The mountains were quaking. In the beginning, the Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor weren't that resolved to fight the exalted Han Empire until the death because the gap between both sides was truly too huge. Perhaps they would have a chance if they used the Grand Myriad Mountains as the border that they protected with all their strength. However, the Southern Territory didn't have any chance at success if it was a frontal collision between the two armies. However, they didn't hesitate any longer when they heard that Yan Yi was alive and had even attained the 5th rank of the Exalt realm. Forcefully protecting a border would fail sooner or later, but fighting a battle until death would provide them with a chance at success. At the very least, they could make the exalted Han Empire pay a horrible price even if they failed. Ancient Domain City. It was a natural barrier before the Southern Territory, and Luo Jun's army would have to travel through a detour of at least 5,000 kilometers through the east or west of the city in order to bypass it and arrive at the Southern Territory. But Luo Jun wouldn't choose any one of them no matter what, because both of them were covered in mountains that towered into the sky, all sorts of rough terrain, and countless dangerous swamps. Besides Exalt Realm experts, even Spirit Realm experts wouldn't be able to pass through from there. So, he could only pass through Ancient Domain City. The city governor's estate of Ancient Domain City. Qin Xie from the Grand Qin Empire, Xiao Yushi and Ding Xiaoyao from the Sword Sect, and a rugged and robust man from the Dark Beast Empire were seated within the room. Besides them, Lu Jianyao was representing the city governor's estate. Based on our preliminary estimations, the Exalted Han Empire has brought at least 15,000 Exalt Realm experts, around 600,000 Spirit Realm experts, and countless Profounders at the King Realm. They are practically all the elites of the Central Territory. Ding Xiaoyao spoke slowly. On the other hand, we have less than 5,000 Exalt Realm experts in total. As for Spirit Realm experts, we only have around 200,000, whereas the amount of King Realm Profounders we possess don't even amount to 5% of the King Realm experts possessed by the Exalted Han Empire. The expressions of everyone in this room became slightly unsightly when they heard Ding Xiaoyao, because the gap in their strengths was truly too huge. Ding Xiaoyao said, "However, we have such a natural barrier like Ancient Domain City, so we can persist for some time if we only defend and avoid attacking. However, all of you should be aware that staying on the defense isn't a long-term plan. We have to repulse Luo Jun over and over again. So long as that continues for a long time, then those sects and clans of the Central Territory would definitely arouse the intent to retreat, and our opportunity would appear when there's a divergence of opinion amongst them," Qin Xie said. "But the problem is whether we can defend the city until that happens." Ding Xiaoyao grinned and said, "That isn't difficult. The difficult part is how to avoid any divergence of opinion amongst us. I believe that all the powers that you respectively represent have resolved to fight the Exalted Han Empire until the death. However, I'd like to know if those clans and smaller sects which have sided with you feel the same?" The robust man from the Dark Beast Empire stated, "There are no treacherous clans amongst the Dark Beasts of my Dark Beast Empire." The others remained silent, especially Qin Xie. There were countless clans and small powers that had sought the Grand Qin Empire's protector. Even though they declared their support for the Empire now, no one could guarantee that their decision wouldn't change. Qin Xie wasn't confident in them at all, because the Grand Qin Empire had already secretly annihilated some clans that had ill intent towards the Empire. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao said, "Besides going against the Exalted Han Empire, we have to be careful of the powers on our side as well. Because once Luo Jun is able to attack us from both the inside and outside, then it would definitely be a calamity for us. Do all of you think that Luo Jun will spare us if he breaks through the city? He wouldn't. Because the entire human world would be under his command once he kills us. So, please be careful of those clans and powers that have joined your side. Once you notice that they have ill intent, then please annihilate them regardless of whether you have sufficient proof. That would probably cause many clans and powers to panic and arouse aversion by doing that." Qin Xie frowned. "We're in harsh times now, so we can only use harsh methods," said Ding Xiaoyao. Right at this moment, a fluctuation appeared in the space before her, and then Ding Xiaoyao frowned. "What's wrong?" asked Qin Xie. Ding Xiaoyao stood up, looked towards the north, and said in a heavy voice, "According to a report from our scouts, 2 men and 1 woman wearing strange clothes appeared amidst Luo Jun's army, and then Luo Jun's army stopped 50 m away from the city." "What do you mean?" asked Lu Jianyao. Ding Xiaoyao said, "They did a single thing after they arrived amidst Luo Jun's army. They killed over a dozen Exalt Realm experts within the army. That's a good thing, Lu Jianao said. It proves that they are his enemies. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, Luo Jun didn't dare counterattack after they killed those Exalt Realm experts, and he even invited them into his dwellings. According to the reports from our scouts, they are wearing very strange clothing, and they don't seem to be clothes from any one of the territories throughout Profounder Continent. Moreover, the three of them were extremely arrogant. Alas, I hope other issues don't arise because of this. Luo Jun's dwellings. You're the mortal emperor of this era? A man whose clothes were covered in all sorts of strange symbols gazed at Luo Jun as he spoke. Another man with similar clothing and a woman who wore a crystal blue dress were standing by his side. How audacious! Meanwhile, a soldier within Luo Jun's dwellings shouted furiously. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when that man flicked his finger, and then a strange symbol shot forward. That soldier's expression changed, and he hurriedly created a spatial barrier before himself. However, that symbol wasn't affected by the spatial barrier at all, and it directly shot into his body. Bang! That 5th rank Exalt Realm expert's body suddenly exploded apart, and then the symbol flew back into the man's hand. The expressions of everyone here changed while Luo Jun's expression grew unsightly to the extreme. The reason Head allowed them to enter his dwellings was because he felt that they were extremely strong and mysterious, so he wanted to recruit them. But he hadn't expected that they would completely disregard him and kill his subordinates right before him. Right when everyone within here was about to swarm that group of 3 experts, the man withdrew a command token and shook it before Luo Jun's eyes. Luo Jun frowned, and then he spoke with a ferocious voice upon laying eyes on the command token. No one can save all of you. However, Luo Tian suddenly appeared before them, and he revealed a complicated and shocked expression when he saw the command token. He said, "The Heaven Dao command token. I never expected that it actually exists. All of you are from the hallowed grounds." Chapter 579. Finally, someone who isn't ignorant. Even if he was facing a 9th rank Monarch Realm expert, the young man didn't reveal even a trace of respect on his face. Moreover, Luo Tian didn't mind it at all. Conversely, he revealed an amiable smile when he confirmed the young man's origins. The faces of Luo Jun and the others fell when they witnessed this scene. What exactly is their background? Why have you emerged into this world?" asked Luo Tian. The young man said, "The forceful descent of a Saint Realm expert into this world caused the seal on the Defiant Profounders to loosen. So, my hallowed grounds urgently requires a huge number of experts to assist us in strengthening the seal. We weren't really hopeful because the spirit energy in this world was already dry to such an extent, but I never imagined that someone in this world actually inherited the position of Mortal Emperor. The Mortal Emperor, the Mortal Emperor's sword, the Mortal Emperor's seal, and the karmic luck of the world are very useful. The seal has loosened." Luo Tian's expression changed as he said, "Is that true?" The young man said, "Of course. Otherwise, why would we come to this place?" As he spoke, he gazed at Luo Jun and said, "Since you're the Mortal Emperor, then immediately summon all the experts of the human race at the Exalt Realm and above, and then immediately follow us to the hallowed grounds. We've already sent our forces to contact the demon race, devil race, and nether race. I believe that they'll be heading to the demon catacombs soon." Luo Jun frowned and gazed at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said in a heavy voice, "Over 100,000 years ago, a group of defiant profounders appeared on the continent, and they almost destroyed our world. At that time, a group of experts joined forces and were finally able to suppress those defiant profounders at a place called the Demon Catacombs. After that, the descendants of those experts resided there and guarded the defiant profounders for generations." When he spoke up to this point, Luo Tian paused for a moment before he said, "At that time, all the inhabitants of the continent agreed that once the Heaven Dao command token was produced, then all powers and races had to listen to its holder's commands. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors, and the hallowed grounds would be allowed to descend into our world and annihilate that traitor. So there was another unknown power on the continent. Luo Jun felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. Had thought that the exalted Han Empire was practically like an extraordinary overlord throughout the continent, but never had he imagined that a place called the Hallowed Grounds existed on the continent. Moreover, based on how his ancestor was acting, the Hallowed Grounds' strength was probably superior to the exalted Han Empire. How could he, the dignified mortal emperor, be willing to obey the orders of others? Luo Jun was just about to refuse when Luo Tian's voice suddenly resounded within his mind. I know that you're unwilling. However, not to mention that our exalted Han Empire is unable to resist the Hallowed Grounds, we would probably be unable to resist them even if we joined forces with the demon race and devil race. Do you know why our exalted Han Empire had been able to repulse the Sword Sect's founding ancestor all those years ago? It wasn't because of the experts of our empire, and it was because someone from the Hallowed Grounds stepped forward to stop him, so the Sword Sect's founding ancestor gave the Hallowed Grounds face and didn't annihilate my exalted Han Empire. Luo Jun was shocked. He's always thought that the Sword Sect's founding ancestor had retreated because he wasn't a match for the exalted Han Empire, but had never imagined that it was actually because of the Hallowed Grounds. It's a force that even the Sword Sect's founding ancestor feared? How terrifying is it exactly? Meanwhile, the young man gazed at Luo Jun and said, Time is of the essence. We don't have much time to waste. Quickly gather all the Exalt Realm experts of the human world and then head to the Hallowed Grounds with us. You possess the Mortal Emperor's Sword, Mortal Emperor's Seal, and can even converge the faith energy of the human world. That's extremely useful to us. Meanwhile, Luo Tian said, Hallowed Envoys, it isn't that we refuse to cooperate, but am afraid that we're unable to do so. The young man frowned and said, What do you mean? Luo Tian gazed at Luo Jun, and Luo Jun understood his intentions. He immediately said, I'm quite embarrassed to say that while I'm the Mortal Emperor, I'm unable to command the entire human world for now. For example, this southern territory is resisting my exalted Han Empire right now, and it intends to fight my empire until the end. So I can only gather the Exalt Realm experts of my exalted Han Empire at most. I'm powerless to command the southern territory. The powers of the southern territory clearly intended to fight him to the end. Even though he wasn't afraid of them, he might not need to waste a single soldier to conquer the southern territory with the help of the Hallowed Grounds. So, a smile couldn't help but arise on the corners of Luo Jun's mouth. The young man frowned. He hadn't expected that the Mortal Emperor had actually not unified the human world. A Mortal Emperor without the faith energy of the entire human world wasn't very useful to the Hallowed Grounds. Isn't that very easy to resolve? Meanwhile, the other man who held a spear in his hand said, Your army is already here, so just march over and crush them. Don't tell me that the southern territory can resist your forces, Luo Jun said. But wouldn't that cause a huge amount of losses amongst the experts of the human world? Moreover, the faith energy I receive would probably reduce greatly if I were to annihilate all the profounders of the southern territory, right? Meanwhile, the only woman in the group spoke abruptly. You intend to use us to conquer the southern territory? Luo Jun smiled and said, I'm sure all of you've noticed that I was prepared to annihilate the southern territory. However, out of consideration for the fact that our human race should work together, I hope that the three of you would persuade those powers of the southern territory and make them surrender. After that, we can work together against the defiant profounders. Of course, if the three of you aren't willing, then I'll temporarily give up on attacking the southern territory and lead the elites of my empire to the Hallowed Grounds right now. The young man in the lead waved his hand and said, Only by allowing you to gather the faith energy of the entire human race would you be extremely helpful to us. It wouldn't do work even if a single territory is left out. The profounders of the southern territory are bound by duty to resist the defiant profounders. Even though we don't want to interfere in the matters between all of you, the important matter at hand is to seal the defiant profounders. So, they must submit unconditionally to you no matter what and allow you to control the faith energy of the entire human world. Luo Jun was overjoyed when he heard this. Come, let's go meet the profounders of the southern territory. The young man turned around and walked out of Luo Jun's dwellings. Right at this moment, Luo Jun spoke abruptly. What if they refuse? The young man stopped for a moment and said, No one dares to disobey the hallowed grounds command. If they refuse, then we'll annihilate them. He walked off after he finished speaking. The man with a spear and the woman followed him out. The smile on Luo Jun's face gradually widened when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but roar with laughter in the end. Outside Ancient Domain City. They'll give all of you 2 hours to open the city gates and surrender. Otherwise, today will be the day that all of you are buried. The young man floated in midair as he gazed coldly at Ancient Domain City, and his voice, which was enhanced by his profound energy, resounded throughout the city. Chapter 580. Ding Xiaoyao, Qin Xie, and the others were standing on the city walls, and Ding Xiaoyao frowned as she gazed at the 3 youths. She said, Who are you? What beautiful women! The eyes of the spear-wielding man lit up when Ding Xiaoyao and the others appeared on the city walls, and his gaze was moving incessantly through the 4 of them. He said, Tsk. I never expected that. While the profoundest of profounder continent aren't really great, they have quite a huge amount of beauties. Su Wu, I, Lin Tian, want these women. Don't fight me for them. Ha ha! He seemed to have intentionally enhanced his voice, causing it to sweep towards the surroundings, and was heard by everyone here. The expressions of Ding Xiaoyao and the others immediately sank. The young man in the lead, who was called Su Wu, glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and the others, and then he said, You can do as you please once we're done here. Lin Tian was overjoyed when he heard this, and then he leaped up into the air and shot an unrestrained gaze at Ding Xiaoyao and the others. Little beauties, did you hear that? All of you are mine from today onward. Ha ha! Don't worry, it'll take all of you to the hallowed grounds to cultivate there if you satisfy me. Swish! A strand of saber-chi tore through the air, and it instantly arrived before Lin Tian. 8th level saber intent? Interesting. Ha ha! Lin Tian stabbed his spear forward. It was like a raging dragon pouncing forward as it instantly blasted the saber-chi into pieces. After that, Lin Tian's gaze descended onto Xiao Yushi while he revealed a teasing expression and said, Cold enough, charming enough as well. Ha ha! I like women like you. Only such a conquest would be interesting. Ha ha! Xiao Yushi was just about to attack when Ding Xiaoyao stopped her, and then Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Su Wu's group of 3 and said, You don't seem to be Luo Jun's subordinates, right? Smart! Lin Tian gazed at Ding Xiaoyao and said, Out of consideration for your ignorance, and the fact that you're so beautiful, this young master will tell you about our background. We're from the hallowed grounds. We came to bring the elites of the entire continent with us to the hallowed grounds in order to help us suppress the defiant profounders. We need the mortal emperor's karmic luck, so all of you shouldn't put up a meaningless resistance, and just surrender immediately. Don't worry, my baby, I won't allow the mortal emperor to harm all of you because all of you'll be mine. Ha ha! Aren't you going to stop him? The woman in a crystal blue dress spoke indifferently. Su Wu said flatly, It's an honor for them that Lin Tian is fond of them, right? Aren't you afraid that hell spoil our mission? Said the woman. Who dares disobey the command of my hallowed grounds? Said Su Wu in a cold voice. The woman fell silent and didn't speak further. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, No matter where you've come from or how terrifying your strength is, all I know is that you've said something that you shouldn't have said. So, all of you'll pay a horrible price for that. After all, what kind of person was Yang Yi? He was a complete madman, and he would give no regard to the hallowed grounds once he was offended by them. Is that so? Lin Tian roared with laughter. He laughed for a while before he said, Well, pay a horrible price. How truly laughable! The inhabitants of this abandoned world actually intend to make us pay a horrible price. Baby, are you talking about doing that in bed? Ha ha! Don't worry, my spear never falls. You'll be able to hold on no matter how formidable you are. How audacious! Meanwhile, the representative from the Dark Beast Empire roared furiously as he leaped off the city wall, and then he transformed in midair into an enormous fiery red lion as he smashed down forcefully towards Lin Tian. "You're courting death!" A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Lin Tian's mouth while he swiftly stabbed with his spear. An enormous black dragon flashed forward and smashed against the fiery red lion. Bang! The fiery red lion howled with pain in midair while its figure was blasted flying before crashing to the ground. "How weak!" Lin Tian shook his head with disdain, and then his figure flashed as he descended like a shooting star towards the lion. Swish! Right at this moment, Xiao Yushi appeared in midair, and then a ray of cold light flashed. A huge strand of saber chi tore through the sky and slashed down at Lin Tian. "Humph!" Lin Tian grunted coldly as he swiftly waved the spear in his hand, and then a ray of golden light flashed and collided forcefully with the saber chi. Bang! Both of them exploded in midair. Lin Tian chuckled and said, "Little beauty, your strength isn't bad at all, and that saber of yours is good as well. Come, let me give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian gave up on pursuing the red lion and flashed explosively towards Xiao Yushi. Xiao Yushi's eyes narrowed slightly while Shuwing swiftly left its sheath, and then a wave of saber chi slashed forward. Everywhere they passed, space was torn apart, and a very long rift appeared in the sky above ancient Domain City. "That woman's strength isn't bad," Su Wu spoke indifferently. "Unfortunately, she's bound to not be a match for Su Wu, right?" said the woman. "Besides that mortal emperor, is there any other in the same realm of cultivation throughout this continent who can be a match for us? If that mortal emperor doesn't gather the karmic luck of the entire continent, then wouldn't he still be like an ant before us?" said Su Wu flatly. The woman remained silent because those were facts. A wisp of surprise flashed through Lin Tian's eyes when he saw the terrifying scene created by Xiao Yushi's attack, and he said, "Beauty, I didn't notice that you have some ability. But it's still insufficient before Big Brother." "Alright, Big Brother doesn't have time to continue playing with you." Lin Tian suddenly spun his spear once he finished speaking, and the space at the tip of his spear instantly warped while spear images shot out and covered the sky. In an instant they blasted Xiao Yushi's saber chi into pieces. At the same time, Lin Tian suddenly appeared before Xiao Yushi, and his spear stabbed towards her. However, had used the other end of his spear and not its tip. "Yushi, watch out." Ding Xiaoyou's expression changed. She was just about to send someone to save Xiao Yushi when a ray of sword energy shot over from the horizon. Ding Xiaoyao and the other girls on the city walls instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw that ray of sword energy. The expression of the woman in a crystal blue dress changed as well when she saw that ray of sword energy. A sword howl suddenly resounded from the sword in her hand, and it started to tremble madly as if it was about to charge out from its sheath. Su Wu's expression had changed as well, and a strange symbol started revolving at high speeds in his hand. The target of that ray of sword energy was Lin Tian. Lin Tian turned around swiftly when he noticed the strong force pressing down upon him from behind, and he swiftly swung his spear against that ray of sword energy. Bang! Lin Tian was blasted 300 m back, and his palm that he held the spear with had split open while fresh blood flowed incessantly down his spear. Lin Tian's expression instantly became ferocious. Right at this moment, Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor appeared here. "It's Yang Yi, it's Yang Yi. My God! He's still alive! He's still alive! Ha ha! Ha ha! Yang Yi is still alive! He's still alive! Luo Jun is nothing now that Yang Yi is here! Ha! Yang Yi! Yang Yi! Yang Yi!" As soon as they saw Yang Yi, everyone on the city walls of Ancient Domain City had started to cheer. Actually, they weren't hopeful at all when they were facing the attack of the exalted Han Empire's army before this. But once Yang Yi appeared here, all of them felt that the exalted Han Empire wasn't that terrifying anymore. Hee hee. Bizarre laughter resounded from Corpse Ancestor as he said, "Kid, looks like you're quite popular here." Yang Yi paid no attention to Corpse Ancestor. He walked over to Xiao Yushi and took her hand before he said, "Are you alright?" Xiao Yushi shook her head and said, Their background isn't simple. You have to be careful. Yan Yi, you're actually still alive. Meanwhile, Luo Jun appeared in the distance with a group of people. His expression instantly became extremely colorful when he noticed that Yan Yi was actually still alive. On the other hand, the faces of all the Exalt Realm experts by Luo Jun's side were unsightly while their eyes were filled with fear. You head back in for now. Leave the rest to me. Yan Yi spoke softly to Xiaoyushi. Xiaoyushi nodded, and then she flew up into Ancient Domain City. Yan Yi turned around and gazed at Luo Jun. He sized up the forces behind Luo Jun, and he immediately said upon noticing that Luo Jun had only brought less than 100 experts. That's all the forces you brought? Luo Jun, are you sure that just that small amount of forces are able to protect you? Yan Yi! Luo Jun's expression turned savage. In the next moment, he turned around and led his group away. Because he didn't want these subordinates of his to die for nothing. He had the faith energy from 3 territories now, so he was confident in his ability to fight Yan Yi, but Yan Yi still had the Corpse Ancestor and Divine Gold Dragon. So long as any one of them kept him busy, then all of his subordinates would definitely be slaughtered in a very short amount of time. Had originally led this group over to witness the strength of those 3 youths from the hallowed grounds, but he hadn't imagined that he would see Yan Yi instead. Even a Saint Realm expert wasn't able to kill Yan Yi? Luo Jun clenched his fists tightly while his face was horrifyingly savage. Even though he really wanted to kill Yan Yi, he had to admit besides Nanjing and himself, there was no other Exalt Realm expert throughout the continent that could stop Yan Yi. As for those 3 members of the hallowed grounds? Truthfully speaking, he didn't look favorably upon them at all. Mortal Emperor, wait! Right at this moment, Suwu said. Could it be that you don't want to conquer the southern territory? Don't worry, the 3 of us are here. Let me see who dares to resist us. Luo Jun took a deep breath, turned around to glance at Suwu, and then he said, Hallowed envoys, allow me to give you a piece of advice. Go back and bring more forces with you if you don't want to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jun didn't stay for a moment longer, and he immediately led his group and vanished from everyone's fields of vision. Suwa's face fell. Looks like your reputation in the human world is really great. Meanwhile, Lin Tian suddenly said, But it doesn't matter because you'll cease to exist after today. Was that woman from before your wife? Ha ha! Don't worry, I'll take very good care of her once you're dead. Ha ha! Corpse Ancestor shook his head and said, I've never seen someone so desperate to die. Chapter 581. Be careful, Lin Tian! Meanwhile, Suwu suddenly warned Lin Tian because this man before them gave him a dangerous feeling. Don't be careless. He's very strong. The woman warned with a solemn expression on her face. She cultivated in the sword, and Shed actually felt her sword tremble when Yang Yi appeared here. She knew that her sword was afraid. She possessed 7th level sword intent and cultivated in a sword technique of the primeval times, yet this person before her actually made her sword feel afraid. She grew even more curious because of this. Lin Tian laughed with disdain and said, I have to admit that his ability in the sword seems to be quite good, but if I hadn't been careless and off guard, then even 10 of him wouldn't be able to injure me. Are you done? Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over towards Lin Tian as he said, Old bastard, help me keep an eye on those 2. Don't let them escape. Bastard! Call me ancestor! Call me ancestor! Old bastard my ass! Corpse Ancestor was furious. Yang Yi paid no attention to Corpse Ancestor. His figure flashed and instantly arrived on the ground in front of Lin Tian before he tapped the tip of his foot on the ground. His figure soared up into the air while the sword ruler smashed down like a mountain crashing down upon Lin Tian. Everywhere it passed, the space before Yang Yi's sword ruler was directly warped, and it formed a very strange arc. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. This fellow from this abandoned world is this strong? Lin Tian didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. The profound energy within him surged madly into his spear, and then he leaped up and swung the tip of his spear against Yan Ye's sword ruler. Bang! An enormous bang resounded as the spear in Lin Tian's hand was immediately curved like a bow, and cracks started to spread swiftly through the ground beneath his feet. Meanwhile, ninth-level sword intent surged out from within Yan Yi. Lin Tian's expression changed greatly, and a bang resounded as his high-grade heaven-rank spear was instantly broken into two. After that, Yan Ye's sword ruler descended down towards Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian moved his head aside at the critical moment, causing Yan Ye's sword to smash down onto his shoulder. Bang! A shrill cry resounded from Lin Tian as his figure was smashed into the ground. How dare you! Su Wu was about to lend Lin Tian a hand when Corpse Ancestor obstructed his path and laughed gloomily. You should just stand here obediently, otherwise, your ancestor, I, wouldn't mind killing you. Who do you think you are? Su Wu roared furiously as a symbol in his hand shot forward violently and smashed against Corpse Ancestor's chest. Bang! Corpse Ancestor took 2 steps back while an indistinct mark appeared on his chest. You! How could you have possibly? Su Wu gazed at Corpse Ancestor with astonishment and said, How could you have possibly remained unharmed? Balls of flame suddenly lit up in Corpse Ancestor's eyes as he said, You're from the hallowed grounds. You actually know of our hallowed grounds. Su Wu was stunned, and then he said furiously, Since you know of it, then you actually dare to attack us? Are you looking for death? Corpse Ancestor flipped his palm, and the blood-red saber appeared in his grasp as he said, The hallowed grounds. Hee hee. I would kill you even if that kid refuses to. The hallowed grounds? What hallowed grounds? Yan Ye's voice suddenly resounded. Everyone looked over towards Yan Yi and saw that he was holding Lin Tian in his hand. At this moment, Lin Tian was still alive, but he was in quite a horrifying state. Firstly, the shape of his mouth had been severely distorted, his face was completely swollen, and his teeth had been completely shattered. Besides that, the bones within his limbs were completely smashed apart, so his entire body was limp and needed Yan Yi to support him up. How audacious! You actually dared to treat someone from my hallowed grounds in such a way. You and 10 generations of your family will be annihilated. Su Wu roared furiously. Old bastard, teach him some manners. Yan Yi didn't even spare a glance at Su Wu, and he just held Lin Tian in his hand as he walked towards the city wall. Hee hee, I really like your character. Ha ha ha. Corpse Ancestor flashed explosively towards Su Wu while he swiftly slashed with the blood-red saber in his hand. Su Wu's expression changed, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. He circulated all the profound energy within his body and an enormous symbol surged out from within him before smashing down towards Corpse Ancestor. The woman didn't just stand by idly and watch the battle. The sword in her hand left its sheath and emanated a blue glow that enveloped down towards Corpse Ancestor. Yan Yi paid no attention to Corpse Ancestor. After all, Corpse Ancestor's terrifying defensive ability would even allow him to withstand a few frontal blows from Monarch Realm experts. Yan Yi brought Lin Tian to the city walls before he slapped Lin Tian's face with the sword ruler, causing his face to immediately swell up even more. Lin Tian gazed at Yan Yi with a resentful face. Yan Yi said, Go on, apologize to them, and then it'll make your death swift. You'll die. You'll definitely die. Lin Tian spoke resentfully. Slap! Yan Yi slapped his sword against Lin Tian's face again, causing the latter to let out a shrill cry while blood sprayed from his face. His face was beyond warped at this moment. Bang! The nether ghost flame appeared in Yan Ye's palm as he said, I don't have much patience. If you still refuse, then you might not even be able to die even if you wanted to. Do you know what you're doing? Meanwhile, Su Wu roared furiously while he fought Corpse Ancestor. We're from the hallowed grounds, yet you actually dare to treat us in such a way. You'll definitely die a graveless death. We're from the hallowed grounds. Lin Tian seemed to intend to say something, but the answer he received was a strand of flames. The flames entered through his ear, and then his eyes instantly opened wide as if they were about to pop up from their sockets, and his eyeballs were covered in blood-red threads. He wanted to shout, but he noticed that he was actually unable to speak. Right at this moment, the sword spirit appeared by Yang Ye's side. "You can't kill him?" said the sword spirit in a low voice. Yang Yi was quite surprised and asked, "Why?" "They're those people who are guarding the demon catacombs, or as they call themselves, the hallowed grounds. Killing him will bring you great trouble." When she spoke up to this point, she described the background of the hallowed grounds to Yang Yi. Corpse ancestor Su Wu and the woman stopped fighting as well. Su Wu and the woman gazed at Corpse ancestor with astonishment and vigilance, but they didn't dare fight him, because they noticed that their attacks were actually completely useless against this skeleton monster. A short while later, Yang Yi nodded and said, "So there's a place called the Hallowed Grounds beyond this world of ours. They are all the descendants of those heroes who protected the continent all those years ago. If you kill them, then it'll definitely arouse displeasure in the hearts of countless experts who still remember the events of the past," said the sword spirit. "So could it be that only they can kill me?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. The sword spirit fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman in a blue dress suddenly said, "We merely came here to ask all of you to head to our hallowed grounds and join forces to seal the defiant profounders." "Is that so?" Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then he slapped Lin Tian on the head with his sword. "Then what was he doing?" The woman fell silent. Su Wu spoke in a low voice. "Do you realize who you're dealing with?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I tried to reason with you, but you intend to threaten me and use strength to determine things? All right." As he spoke, Yang Yi suddenly swung his sword forcefully, and Lin Tian's head was instantly smashed into pieces. "Now, let's talk with our strength." Chapter 582. "You actually dared to kill a member of my hallowed grounds!" Su Wu's expression became slightly ferocious. There was also deep shock besides the killing intent within his eyes. If Yang Yi didn't know about the hallowed grounds, then he could understand it as fearlessness from ignorance. However, Yang Yi was clearly aware of how terrifying the hallowed grounds was, yet still dared to strike a killing blow, so he truly wondered where Yang Yi got the courage to commit such an act. The woman revealed shock in her eyes as well. That fellow actually dared to kill someone from the hallowed grounds? After all, when they arrived at Profounder Continent, even those old geezers who had cultivated for a few thousand years acted amiably and didn't put on airs at all when facing them. Corpse Ancestor was quite surprised as well, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. He said, "Kid, you're really interesting. You even killed members of the hallowed grounds without the slightest hesitation. Do you know that even if it was during the ancient times of over 15,000 years ago, no one dared to disobey the commands of the members of the hallowed grounds that showed themselves on the continent? Do you think they would let me go if I were to spare them today?" said Yang Yi. "They wouldn't," Corpse Ancestor said. "They'd kill you to make an example of you. Moreover, everyone related to you and even all the profounders of the Southern Territory would be slaughtered by them. Because the hallowed grounds tolerates no offense. All who offend it die." Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Doesn't that answer your question? Since reconciliation is impossible, then why should I keep him alive? Isn't it better to seize this opportunity and kill as many as I can?" "Ha! Well said!" Corpse Ancestor roared with laughter and said, "Kid, you really shouldn't be called the Sword Emperor. You should be the Sword Demon. You'll die a horrible death." Meanwhile, Su Wu spoke ferociously. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't know whether he'll die, but I do know that you'll definitely die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was already in front of Su Wu when he appeared once more. The latter's expression changed violently when he saw this, and then countless symbols surged out explosively from within him. However, those symbols suddenly stopped on the spot after they just emerged from him. "It's the Sword Domain! He has comprehended the Sword Domain! Su Wu, watch out!" The woman spoke with astonishment from the side. Unfortunately, it was too late, as Yang Yi's sword ruler had smashed forcefully against Su Wu's head. Bang! Suwa's head instantly exploded into pieces, and countless strands of blood and brains sprayed towards the surroundings. Yan Yi put the sword ruler away, gazed at Suwa's corpse, and then he shook his head and said, "Old bastard, are all the members of the hallowed grounds this weak? It's you who is too strong." Corpse ancestor spoke truthfully. "It would probably be difficult for you to find a match in the same realm of cultivation even during my era." Yang Yi shrugged, and then he flashed explosively towards the woman. She was horrified by this and was about to draw her sword. However, she noticed to her shock that she was actually unable to draw it. In just this instant, the sword ruler had descended down to her head, and then it was blasted apart like a watermelon. "I thought that you would be merciful to women." Corpse ancestor spoke abruptly. "Merciful to women? To an enemy?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "How stupid would I have to be?" "Indeed." Corpse ancestor nodded and agreed. "If I hadn't been an idiot all those years ago, then I wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. Kid, even though you happily slaughtered them just now, have you thought about what you would do if the hallowed grounds dispatches experts against you?" Yang Yi said flatly. "They'll take appropriate actions when they come." Corpse ancestor shook his head and said, "The hallowed grounds' strength is beyond your imagination. Let me put it like this. You might only be able to go against it by converging the strength of the entire continent. However, do you think that the demon race, devil race, or Luo Jun would help you? I don't think so. Especially Luo Jun, he would probably wish for nothing more than to see you die. The hallowed grounds isn't that terrifying. At least it isn't to you." Meanwhile, the sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in Yan Ye's mind. "Their half-saint realm experts aren't able to easily enter the continent because those experts and my second master created a barrier between the continent and the demon catacombs. Experts at the half-saint realm and above are prohibited from entering the continent from the demon catacombs." "Why?" asked Yang Yi. "Because it would destroy the balance in the continent. At the same time, it's so that those half-saint realm experts couldn't abandon their responsibilities," said the sword spirit. "So that's why," Yang Yi said. "Your main body is within the hallowed grounds?" "Yes." Yang Yi continued. "In other words, we have to head to the hallowed grounds, and then take your main body away from right under the noses of those half-saint realm experts?" "Yes." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched as he said, "Do you think that I can defeat a half-saint right now?" "We can sneak in," said the sword spirit. Yang Yi's face darkened. He suddenly felt that promising the sword spirit to retrieve her main body was a mistake. He didn't have to be fearful at all because their Saint Realm experts couldn't come over to the continent. After all, he was a 5th rank Exalt Realm expert now, so even if he couldn't defeat a Monarch Realm expert, he felt that fleeing shouldn't be a problem by relying on the Stellar Shuttle and the Sword Domain. However, if he were to head over to the hallowed grounds with the current strength he possessed, then he might have to face those half-saint realm experts, and he would have no chance against them. The members of the hallowed grounds are aware that the seal has loosened, and they intend to gather all the experts of the continent to strengthen the seal. However, they're utterly unaware that all their efforts are in vain. I'm able to sense that some defiant profounders have awakened, and they are just waiting for even more to awaken. Otherwise, they would have probably charged out of the seal by now. If we're late, then the consciousness of my main body will definitely be obliterated by them. At that time, they'll cease to exist," said the sword spirit. "So, you mean that everything the hallowed grounds doing is in vain?" Yang Yi frowned. She said, "Not entirely. If Luo Jun is able to unify the continent, then there might be a slight chance if the faith energy of the entire continent combined with the Mortal Emperor Sword and Mortal Emperor Seal were utilized to strengthen the seal. However, it's obviously impossible for him to unify the continent. Firstly, it's because of your presence, and the fact that he's an enemy of yours. Secondly, even if you don't stop him, it's impossible for him to unify the entire continent in a short period of time unless both you and Nanjing assist him." Yang Yi laughed coldly. "Do you think that's possible?" The sword spirit sighed softly. "Luo Jun's greatest mistake was to become enemies with you for the Flower Palace's sake. If he didn't become enemies with you, then he would absolutely be able to unify the entire continent in a short period of time with both the Nanjing and your help. Even if he couldn't unify the continent, if all of you join forces once those defiant profounders break through the seal, you may not necessarily have no fighting chance against them. Unfortunately, you've become enemies, Yang Yi said. I'm no savior, and I've never thought about being one. In my opinion, I kill anyone who intends to kill me, regardless of whether that person is a hero or a savior. Don't worry, I'll definitely rescue your main body if I can. That wouldn't just help you, it would help me as well. I presume that executing Heavenrend with your main body in the ancient sheath would definitely yield extraordinary results, right? It won't disappoint you, said the sword spirit. Yang Yi smiled, and then he opened his eyes and gazed at Corpse Ancestor. Don't you love killing? Are you interested in killing to your heart's content with me? You intend to look for trouble with Luo Jun? Said Corpse Ancestor. Yang Yi smiled. Don't you want to? Ha ha! Let's go kill to our heart's content. I've been wanting to absorb blood for a long time. Ha ha! Corpse Ancestor flashed explosively towards the distance. Yang Yi took a deep breath, stomped the ground with his right foot, and then transformed into a black ray of light that vanished into the distance. As expected, men really are neglectful fellows. Qin Xie grunted with displeasure when she saw Yang Yi leave. After all, she had finally met him after so long, yet had left without even saying hi to her. Xiao Yushi glanced at Qin Xie. She didn't say anything, but a sharp strand of saber intent surged out from within her. Qin Xie refused to display weakness, and her black whip appeared within her grasp. Both of them revealed the intent to fight on the city walls. Ding Xiaoyao said, Do the two of you think that it's easy for Yang Yi? No, it isn't easy at all. Not to mention the exalted Han Empire, he has to face the revenge of the forces which stand behind those three fellows as well. We can't give him much help, so I hope that both of you don't force him to become worried about the relationship between all of you as well. Xiao Yushi withdrew her gaze and shot it towards the distance. Qin Xie grunted coldly and put away her whip as well. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. Yang Yi is really going to have a headache in the future. Luo Jun's army was garrisoned over 50 kilometers away from ancient Domain City. Are you sure that the hallowed envoys were killed by Yang Yi? Luo Jun gazed at the armored man standing before him. The armored man nodded and said, I am. The three of them were practically unable to resist even 2 moves of his. According to my estimations, Yang Yi is probably at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm now. The others here gasped when they heard this. Exactly how brave is that fellow? Does he dare to do just about anything? He's a complete and utter madman. Ha! Luo Jun started laughing instead and said, Yang Yi is digging his own grave. He actually dared to kill members of the hallowed grounds. They will definitely not let him live. Now I don't even have to do anything because the hallowed grounds will deal with him for me. The others instantly realized this as well when they heard Luo Jun. Indeed, the forces of the hallowed grounds stand above the entire continent. Would they let the matter rest since Yang Yi killed their members? If nothing unexpected happens, then Yang Yi will have to face endless revenge from the hallowed grounds. But with the hallowed grounds' strength, they would probably only have to launch a single attack to make Yang Yi die a graveless death. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous explosion suddenly resounded. Mortal Emperor! The situation is bad. Yang Yi and that skeleton have entered the army and are madly slaughtering our forces. Chapter 583. Yang Yi was naturally not stupid to the point of going head-on against Luo Jun's army. After they entered amidst the army, they killed anyone they saw, and normal profounders were utterly incapable of resisting a single strike of theirs. Especially when Yang Yi's sword threads were combined with his 10th level sword intent. Only an expanse of corpses laid in his wake. It was a slaughter, a true slaughter. In the beginning, there were still some profounders within the army who resisted them, but as time passed, not a single one of them dared to resist, and all of them fled madly towards the surroundings. The entire army had fallen into chaos. Ha ha! How satisfying! There's so much blood here! Ha! Corpse Ancestor's blood-red saber was waved about incessantly, and a few dozen lives would be reaped every single time that it was waved. On the other hand, the blood of those fallen Profounders would be completely absorbed by him and Yan Yi. Yan Yi didn't intend to absorb the blood, but it couldn't be helped as he couldn't stop it from entering him at all. Conversely, he seemed to not feel any aversion towards it. According to Corpse Ancestor, he, Yan Yi, was one who was bound to be a demon. Yan Yi shrugged with indifference towards that. What was a demon? What was an upright person? He didn't want to make a clear distinction of it, nor did he want to intentionally become a demon or anything else. He was determined to act according to his heart, to repay kindness shown to him and avenge enmity formed with him. He would give hell to anyone who gave hell to him. Just like this very moment. Luo Jun was causing trouble for him, so he refused to give Luo Jun peace as well. Anyone who dares to flee will have 9 generations of their family annihilated. Luo Jun's voice resounded through the army. The troops that were fleeing suddenly stopped, and then they took a knee in unison towards a single direction. Luo Jun and a few hundred terrifying 9th rank Exalt Realm experts had appeared not too far away from them. At the same time, countless experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, or above, flew into the sky and formed an enormous net that enveloped Yan Yi and Corpse Ancestor. Moreover, more and more troops were enveloping around them from the outside of that net. In next to no time, Yan Yi and Corpse Ancestor were surrounded by numerous layers of Profounders. "Kid, the situation doesn't look very good. Should we retreat now?" said Corpse Ancestor. Even though his physical body was comparable to a half-saint, his strength wasn't. So, even if such a huge number of experts couldn't kill him, they could still tire him to death. Yan Yi shook his head, swept the army with his gaze, and then said, "Old bastard, that technique you executed the other day, that palm of doom or something. Let them have a taste of it. It'll cover you." "Kid, my physical body is practically invincible beneath the Monarch realm, so I'm quite confident in my ability to escape regardless of how great their numbers are. But you're not the same. Even though your physical body isn't bad, it isn't to the point of being invincible beneath the Monarch realm. I dare not guarantee that I'll be able to bring you out of her alive," said Corpse Ancestor. Yan Yi said, "It's fine, just do as I said. Give them a taste of the palm of doom. I don't have sufficient blood and baleful energy, so I can only execute a miniature version of it." Corpse Ancestor flashed up into the sky, and then he slowly raised his hand. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept out from his palm. Zhao Zhongfei saw this scene from afar, and he spoke with shock and terror. Quickly stop him." Had personally witnessed how terrifying this technique was, so he could only wonder how many would die if that skeleton were to execute that technique here. There was no need for Zhao Zhongfei to say that because numerous 9th rank Exalt Realm experts had shot explosively towards Corpse Ancestor. However, they hadn't even approached Corpse Ancestor when an invisible force enveloped them, and then countless rays of light descended like raindrops and slashed at them. Some of the Exalt Realm experts who led the charge were immediately slashed apart. Spatial Cage. Right at this moment, the over 100 Exalt Realm experts by Luo Jun's side flew into the air, and then they executed the Spatial Cage technique against Yan Yi and Corpse Ancestor. The spatial barrier created by over 109th rank Exalt Realm experts was extremely terrifying. Not to mention Yan Yi and Corpse Ancestor, even a Monarch Realm expert would probably need to use his full strength in order to blast apart over 100 spatial barriers that were overlapped together. Yan Yi's expression changed slightly. Right at this moment, the violet mink appeared before him, and then she waved her claws lightly. In an instant, a strange scene appeared. The space around Yan Yi suddenly became quite strange, and strands of faint ripples undulated slowly towards the surroundings. In an instant, the spatial barrier created by over 109th rank Exalt Realm experts collapsed. It vanished just like that, as if it had never existed. Everyone was astounded by this scene. Yan Yi was shocked by this scene as well. Exactly what inheritance did the little fellow obtain? Why has she become so terrifying? Spatial domain. It's the spatial domain. Meanwhile, Juga suddenly cried out involuntarily, and he gazed at the violet mink as if he was looking at a monster. Had only heard of spatial domain in legends. According to the legends, it could control space. Of course, it wasn't just a simple form of control but complete and utter control. One who'd comprehended the spatial domain could instantly shatter space within the domain, or instantly repair the space within the domain. It was like the energy of the laws. Juga hadn't imagined that Yan Ye's pet demon beast would have actually comprehended the spatial domain of legend. Not to mention the spatial energy of Exalt Realm experts. Even the spatial energy of Monarch Realm experts would be utter trash before the spatial domain. Watch out! Protect the mortal emperor! Meanwhile, Zhao Zhangfei flashed over and stood before Luo Jun. All of the others looked towards the distance, and they saw an enormous palm that blotted out the sky had appeared in midair, and it was carrying terrifying might as it smashed down forcefully from midair. Luo Jun's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and his gaze grew even more ferocious. Why are there so many monsters by Yan Ye's side? That violet mink is one, that divine gold dragon is another, and that corpse ancestor is one as well. Why are all of these existences who are considered to be invincible in the same realm of cultivation following Yang Yi? Is he the mortal emperor, or am I? Kill them! Stop at nothing to annihilate them! Luo Jun's slightly savage voice resounded amidst the army, and then countless attacks immediately covered the heavens and the earth as they rained down upon Yan Yi and corpse ancestor. Right when the enormous palm was about to descend to the ground, 2 rays of blue light suddenly shot over from the distant horizon. The blue light shot through the enormous palm, and then an explosion resounded as the enormous palm was blasted apart by the blue rays of light before it could even fully take form. Meanwhile, a man and a woman appeared in the sky above the army. Yan Yi frowned because the style of their dressing was similar to those 3 members of the hallowed grounds which had just killed. They're from the hallowed grounds? Meanwhile, the gaze of the woman in a white dress suddenly descended onto the violet mink on Yan Ye's shoulder, and then she pointed at the little fellow and said, "I want it!" Chapter 584. The violet mink immediately glared angrily at the woman and waved her little claw, and then a strand of violet light appeared before the woman in a white dress. A wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes as she said, "So it's a spatial mink. Very good!" As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't seem to have done anything, but that ray of violet light had instantly been blasted apart, and transformed into specks of violet light. What a strange attack! Yan Ye's brows knit together slightly. Her method of attack was quite strange because he hadn't sensed even a trace of fluctuations from profound energy. So, her attack might have not been executed with profound energy and was like a soul technique. Luo Jun forcefully restrained the killing intent in his heart when he saw the man and woman, and he indicated that the army in the surroundings should retreat. Obviously, these 2 had come because of the death of those 3 members of the hallowed grounds. So, Luo Jun intended to wait for Yan Yi and the members of the hallowed grounds to fight and injure each other before he reaped the rewards. Meanwhile, the man by the woman's side said, "Lan Ling, you need that little fellow?" The woman nodded and said, "It's a spatial mink, and it seems to be one that has successfully obtained the inheritance of its race. I really like it." The man smiled, and then he gazed at Yan Yi before he tossed the scroll at Yan Yi. "The members of my hallowed grounds don't bully the weak. That's a high-grade heaven rank technique, and it should be something that you'll never be able to come into contact with throughout your lifetime. From this moment onward, that heaven rank technique is yours. Moreover, it seems like you've encountered some trouble. Don't worry, I'll help you deal with it. On the other hand, you just have to do a small thing for me. You know what I mean, right?" The violet mink was exasperated and about to wave her little claw, but Yang Yi held her in his arms. Yang Yi felt quite amused as he gazed at the little fellow. Because since she had suddenly spoken that day, she had started to hide and had never shown herself again. Yang Yi was actually really curious about her appearance when she took human form. However, based on the little fellow's embarrassed state, he knew that it would take quite some time. The little fellow's face turned rose when Yang Yi held her in his arms, but she didn't resist and just allowed Yang Yi to do so. The fondness in the woman's eyes grew deeper when she saw that scene. The man noticed it, and he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "What? You think it's too little? One can't be too greedy." Meanwhile, Luo Jun spoke abruptly. "You're both from the hallowed grounds, right?" The man gazed at Luo Jun and said, "How did you know?" Luo Jun stated, "Because 3 members of the hallowed grounds came here before this. Unfortunately, they're dead now." The man's eyes narrowed. "Who did it?" Luo Jun answered, "He's right before you." The man and woman frowned, and the man gazed at Yang Yi as he asked, "Is he telling the truth?" "It's a lie." Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he said, "They were besieged and killed by him and his army, and he's trying to annihilate us because we bore witness to it." The man's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and a cold ray of light flashed within them. He turned around to gaze at Luo Jun as he spoke in a cold voice. "You actually dared to kill members of my hallowed grounds and dared to deceive me? Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the man formed a strange seal and pushed it forward towards Luo Jun. A blue ray of light shot out from the seal head formed with his hands, and it spiraled down towards Luo Jun. "Protect the mortal emperor!" Zhao Zhongfei roared furiously as he leaped forward and swiftly executed a stab with his spear. A strand of spear energy shot forward violently and collided with the blue light. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as the spear energy was instantly blasted apart. However, almost 100 attacks of all types appeared behind the spear energy and instantly enveloped the blue light. Luo Jun's guards were just about to attack when they were stopped by Luo Jun, and then Luo Jun gazed at Yang Yi as he said, "What's wrong, Yang Yi? When have you become someone who doesn't dare to bear responsibility for his actions?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "That's none of your business." Luo Jun's face twitched violently while a sword howl resounded from the mortal emperor's sword in his hand. "Eh? The mortal emperor's sword? You actually possess the mortal emperor's sword? You're the mortal emperor?" Meanwhile, both the man and woman had suddenly spoken with surprise as they gazed at Luo Jun. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Look, his army has surrounded us. Do you think that we would be able to stop him if he intends to kill us to keep our mouths shut? Moreover, if he were to kill us here, then would your hallowed grounds know that it was he who killed you? I don't think it would, right?" The man and woman instantly became vigilant when they heard this. Even though they felt that their strengths weren't bad, they didn't think it was sufficient to go against an entire army. "Yang Yi, you're such a shameless fellow." Luo Jun spoke in a low voice. "Those 3 hallowed envoys really weren't killed by me. They died at Yang Yi's hands. Don't let him use you." Yang Yi said, "Do you think that my strength is sufficient to kill those 3 hallowed envoys? How could they have possibly been killed with such ease if the mortal emperor hadn't besieged them with his army?" The young man's gaze towards Luo Jun grew even more vigilant, and only the woman seemed to be lost in thought as she gazed at Yang Yi. "Kill him! Kill Yang Yi with all your strength!" Luo Jun roared practically immediately. Corpse Ancestor was just about to attack when Yang Yi stopped him, and then Yang Yi flashed over to stand behind the man and woman. He said, "He intends to kill me to keep me quiet. Once I'm dead, then there'll be no witnesses left, and hell definitely push the deaths of those 3 hallowed envoys onto me. You must stop him." Corpse Ancestor shook his head. When did this fellow become so shameless? The young man's expression changed slightly when he noticed that Luo Jun's subordinates intended to attack, and he shouted, "How audacious! Could it be that you want to kill me as well? Do you know that even if you're the mortal emperor, you'll still die a graveless death for killing members of my hallowed grounds?" Luo Jun was beyond exasperated as he roared furiously. "It was Yang Yi who killed the members of your hallowed grounds. It wasn't me." Luo Jun had never felt so aggrieved in his life. If it weren't for their identities, he would have already given the order to kill them. "How audacious!" the man shouted furiously. Do you think that I'm a 3-year-old child? He's only an exalt realm profounder. How could he possibly kill 3 members of my hallowed grounds by himself? Moreover, Lin Tian's group came to the human world to look for the mortal emperor, and not Yang Yi. Why would they become enemies with him? Even if they became enemies with him, any one of them could annihilate him with ease. What nonsense! Luo Jun roared furiously. Do you know how those 3 members of your hallowed grounds died? He instantly annihilated each and every one of them with a single wave of his sword. They had practically no strength to resist at all. If we join forces now, then perhaps we'll have a chance to kill him right now. Otherwise, if we allow this opportunity to slip by, then no one can kill him unless a monarch realm expert acts against him. The man glanced at Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi instantly revealed a harmless expression. The man took a deep breath and gazed at Luo Jun as he said, Now, ensure that even if those 3 members of my hallowed grounds weren't killed by you, their deaths were definitely related to you. Because you actually used such an absurd reason just to kill him, and keep him quiet. They weren't even able to resist a single attack of his? Do you think that we're half-wits? The woman frowned as well. Even though she felt that there was something strange about all of this, she felt that the mortal emperor couldn't be trusted. She knew the strengths of Lin Tian and the others. Even though they could only be considered as below average in the younger generation of the hallowed grounds, they were absolutely not existences that an exalt realm profounder of this world could defeat, let alone annihilate in an instant. The woman glanced at Yang Yi while she felt even more confident in her reasoning. Because Yang Yi didn't seem like an existence capable of annihilating Lin Tian's group regardless of how she looked at him. Luo Jun's face became completely icy cold. After all, even the nicest person had a temper, let alone the dignified mortal emperor. The mortal emperor's sword in his hand seemed to be unable to hold its back any longer, and it ceaselessly emanated sword howls. Besides that, the army around him glared angrily at the young man, Yang Yi, and the others. So long as Luo Jun gave them the order, they would completely disregard the fact that the young man and woman were from the hallowed grounds. After all, they had the numbers in this battle. The young man's face fell when he witnessed this scene, and he couldn't help but form a strange seal with his hands. The woman by his side frowned slightly as well, and then layers of a strange force rippled incessantly through the space around her. A wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he witnessed this scene, and then he nodded to the violet mink. The little fellow understood his intentions, and she raised her little claw and shot a ray of violet light towards the army. In an instant, a few Exalt Realm experts was caught off guard and instantly blasted into bits. That ray of violet light was like a fuse that instantly lit up the battlefield. Kill them! Spare no one! Luo Jun spoke with a calm expression on his face. How audacious! The young man was utterly exasperated, and he formed a seal with his hands and swiftly pushed it towards Luo Jun. A few thousand rays of blue light flashed forward, and they covered the heavens and the earth as they smashed down towards Luo Jun and his army. The young woman closed her eyes slightly, and then strange energy overlapped forward like ripples and swept towards the army and the surroundings. Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor didn't stand by idly as well. Their figures flashed explosively towards Luo Jun. At this moment, it was a great opportunity to kill Luo Jun, and they weren't willing to let it slip by. Corpse Ancestor had completely abandoned any attempts to defend himself, and he just allowed the attacks to strike him. Yang Yi didn't dare do that, so he made the little fellow ceaselessly form violet barriers of light around him. Both of them were extremely swift, and they instantly arrived a little over 100 m away from Luo Jun. Meanwhile, the latter had an indifferent expression on his face, and there wasn't even a trace of fear there. When Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor arrived just 30 m away from Luo Jun, 3 old men who had exactly similar appearances appeared in front of Luo Jun. Back! The 3 old men roared furiously as they simultaneously slapped their palms forward. In an instant, countless palms overlapped each other as they flashed forward, and they instantly drowned both Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor beneath them. After a moment of silence, a ray of light suddenly flashed out from amidst the palms. After that, Yang Yi arrived before Luo Jun, and the sword ruler slashed down swiftly. "Mortal Emperor! Watch out!" The others in the surroundings were shocked and horrified. A wisp of ferociousness flashed through Luo Jun's eyes as the Mortal Emperor sword left its sheath swiftly while a ray of white light shot into the sky. He flicked the Mortal Emperor's sword upward with a slanted swing, and it collided forcefully against Yan Ye's sword ruler. Chapter 585. Bang! A wave of energy swept out from the point of collision between their swords, and it instantly blasted countless profounders away. After a moment of silence, Yan Ye's 9th level sword intent enveloped the sword ruler, and then he suddenly swung it forcefully. The formidable force within it directly pushed Luo Jun's legs into the ground. Yan Yi was just about to launch another attack when almost 1,000 attacks of all sorts covered the heavens and the earth as they assaulted Yan Yi. Yan Yi grunted coldly, and utilized his sword domain to resist those attacks while he swung the sword ruler again. Bang! Luo Jun was nailed into the ground. Yan Yi was about to follow up with another attack when a pillar of white light surged out from below, and it made his expression change slightly before he flashed over 30 m away. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, countless Exalt Realm experts rushed madly in Yan Ye's direction. At the same time, all of them simultaneously launched attacks against Yan Yi. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched from the sight of this, and he flashed over to stand behind Corpse Ancestor before he said, "Stop them!" Even though the sword domain could stop all of these attacks, it couldn't be utilized without restraint. With the strength he currently possessed, executing it 4 times a day was practically at his limit. "You bastard!" Corpse Ancestor cursed furiously before countless attacks enveloped him. After a little over 10 breaths of time, the aftershock of the attacks had vanished. Even though no harm had been done to Corpse Ancestor, it was obvious based on the blazing flames in his eyes that it hurt. "We have to retreat, otherwise we'll be exhausted to death even if they can't kill us." Corpse Ancestor's voice carried a trace of seriousness for the first time. "Yan Yi!" Meanwhile, Luo Jun suddenly roared furiously while countless strands of white-colored karmic luck appeared in the sky. These strands of karmic luck surged madly towards Luo Jun, and then a pure white glow instantly appeared on the blade of the Mortal Emperor's sword in Luo Jun's grasp. "Old bastard, I don't want to spoil another sword, so I'll leave him to you. In any case, your physical body is comparable to a half-saint, so his Mortal Emperor's sword won't be able to harm you at all." Yan Yi seemed truly evil when he spoke these words. "Kid, I suddenly realized that you're really fucking shameless," roared the Corpse Ancestor. "It's decided. You keep him busy and he'll open up a path for you." Yan Ye's figure flashed towards the area behind them once he finished speaking. He swung the sword ruler swiftly, and countless threads of sword she drizzled down like rain. In an instant, shrill and miserable howls resounded incessantly. If he had the opportunity, then Yan Yi really wanted to kill Luo Jun. Unfortunately, it was utterly impossible to do so right now. Because it was just as the Corpse Ancestor had said, even if they weren't killed, they would be exhausted to death if they stayed here. The man and woman from the hallowed grounds had stopped moving. Because of their origins and coupled with the fact that Luo Jun was in danger, all of Luo Jun's subordinates didn't dare attack them without Luo Jun's orders. So, they could be said to be the most relaxed people here. They gazed with astonishment at Yan Yi, Luo Jun, and Corpse Ancestor. These are the profoundest of this abandoned world. Are they really only at the Exalt realm? When have the profoundest of this abandoned world become so monstrous? Slash! Right at this moment, Luo Jun roared furiously from afar, and then a white strand of sword energy shot explosively towards Corpse Ancestor. Corpse Ancestor didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. He swung his blood-red saber horizontally, and a wave of red light shot forward and smashed against the white-colored sword energy. Bang! The blood-red light was instantly blasted apart before the white sword energy struck Corpse Ancestor. Bang! He was blasted flying, and he flew for over 100 m before he finally smashed into the ground. Meanwhile, a few thousand attacks descended like a storm towards Corpse Ancestor. Bang! 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 A string of explosions resounded, and it caused Yang Yi's heart to jerk. He noticed that more and more experts were moving over to block their paths, so he didn't dare allow himself to be careless in the slightest. The divine gold dragon appeared with a wave of his hand. Even though the divine gold dragon hadn't recovered completely in this period of time that it was within the primordial pagoda, it was almost there. Spatial cage! As soon as the divine gold dragon appeared here, a few hundred Exalt Realm experts at the 5th rank or above hurriedly executed the spatial cage technique to trap the divine gold dragon, but a ray of violet light flashed and those spatial barriers were instantly blasted into pieces. Yang Yi leaped up onto the divine gold dragon, and then he said to Corpse Ancestor, "Old bastard, quickly get up here! You're trying to leave?" Luo Jun revealed a savage smile as he suddenly swung the mortal emperor's sword towards the divine gold dragon, and then a ray of sword chi that was over 300 m long tore through the air as it shot forward. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The nether ghost flame, violet cloud lightning, and 9th hell cold gale within him instantly surged out and formed an enormous sword that collided with the white sword chi. Bang! They exploded in midair, and then countless strands of sword chi, flames, and lightning sprayed down towards the surroundings. The pupils of the man and woman in the distance constricted when they witnessed this scene, and they were once again shocked by the strengths revealed by Yang Yi and Luo Jun. Bang! Right at this moment, 2 rays of blood-red light shot into the sky. Corpse Ancestor, who'd been struck by countless attacks just now, had shot into the air before he said, "H. You actually dared to treat your ancestor, like that. They'll crush all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Corpse Ancestor lifted his right palm up before swiftly pressing it down. An enormous palm that blotted out the sky appeared, and it smashed down forcefully at the army below. Countless profounders were astounded by this scene. Luo Jun's expression changed drastically. The white-colored energy within him surged into the mortal emperor's sword before he flicked it upward, and then a strand of sword chi that wasn't inferior to the enormous palm shot violently from the tip of the mortal emperor's sword. The other Exalt Realm experts in the surroundings didn't stand by idly as well, and they hurriedly executed their strongest attacks as well. White, red, blue. All sorts of attacks formed a dense mass that smashed against the enormous palm. Bang! A world-shaking explosion resounded in the sky. Everyone watched with astonishment as the enormous palm shook slightly, and then it exploded apart. Luo Jun and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Yang Yi shook his head as he stood atop the divine gold dragon. Had relied on his sword intent and Tao artifact to resist this very same move on that day, yet Luo Jun and the others had merely relied on ordinary attacks to resist that Tao rank technique. So, Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the sight of it. There really is strength in numbers. "Old bastard, I'm leaving if you still don't get on," said Yang Yi. After all, they would really be exhausted to death if they continued fighting the army. Corpse Ancestor roared furiously as he flicked his wrist, and then a ray of blood-red light swept forward. He killed those few Exalt Realm experts in front of him before he flashed onto the divine gold dragon. However, right when Yang Yi was about to leave, that man from the hallowed grounds suddenly said, "Stop right there! I think that the death of those 3 members of my hallowed grounds is related to you, so you can't leave for now." Chapter 586. The young man originally believed Yang Yi because everything Luo Jun said was truly too absurd in his opinion. But at this moment, he noticed that the strength of this man called Yang Yi was truly terrifying and actually possessed 9th level sword intent. So, he felt that if Yang Yi were to join forces with that mysterious skeleton and the violet mink, then it was really sufficient to kill Lin Tian's group of 3. Of course, he hadn't excluded Luo Jun from suspicion because Luo Jun had the strength to kill Lin Tian's group as well. In short, so long as he suspected them, then he wouldn't let them go. However, the woman by the young man's side frowned when he spoke those words, and she glanced at him with displeasure. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or Luo Jun, They were clearly not existences that the two of them could go against. So, they should remain silent and allow both Yan Yi and Luo Jun to fight each other to the point both sides are injured. But this fellow was actually asking for trouble. Yan Yi turned around to gaze at the young man before he said, "Are you sure that you want me to stay behind?" The young man's expression changed. What is he trying to say? Is he threatening me? The young man was furious and was about to attack. However, his heart jerked when he noticed Yan Yi's icy cold expression, and he didn't attack for some unknown reason. "Let's go!" Yan Yi withdrew his gaze, and then the divine gold dragon roared as it transformed into a golden ray of light that charged out of the crowd and vanished in the horizon. No one dared to pursue it, and all of them stopped on the spot. Luo Jun's expression was extremely gloomy as he held tightly onto the mortal emperor sword, and the white energy in the sky above him surged violently. This battle today could be said to be a truly huge humiliation to him. Yan Yi had attacked his camp and annihilated so many experts of his, but the elites of practically the entire Central Territory weren't able to kill Yan Yi. It was a true humiliation. "Why did you let them go?" Meanwhile, the young man suddenly roared furiously at Luo Jun. "You had such a huge army and over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts. Can't you even stop 2 Exalt Realm Profounders from leaving? What an idiot!" The woman by his side moved over 300 m away, and the young man was puzzled by this action. Right at this moment, Luo Jun suddenly stabbed the mortal emperor's sword at the young man. "You idiot! If it wasn't for you, then we could have killed Yan Yi a long time ago. Yet you're making noise in front of me now? Fuck off!" A strand of white sword energy tore through the sky and instantly arrived before the young man. The young man was shocked by this. He hurriedly formed a seal with his hands, and then pushed it forward towards Luo Jun's attack. A ray of blue light flickered out before it smashed against the white-colored sword she. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded before the young man moved almost 300 m back. "How audacious! We're members of the hallowed grounds, yet you actually dared to attack us? Don't you even think that we wouldn't dare to kill you just because you're the mortal emperor?" The young man's eyes were crimson red. Had thought that he could throw his weight about once he was at Profounder Continent, but never had he imagined that the inhabitants of this abandoned world actually dared to treat him like this. This made him almost go mad with rage. Killing intent surged through Luo Jun's eyes, but he didn't attack in the end. He wasn't a madman like Yang Yi who dared to do anything he could think of. Luo Jun was very clearly aware that all sorts of problems would be waiting for him if he were to kill the two of them. So, he didn't want to cause such trouble for himself before he unified the entire continent. When he thought up to this point, Luo Jun concealed the killing intent in his eyes and gazed at the woman. "May I know your name?" The woman pondered for a moment and said, "Lan Ling. Miss Lan Ling, you should be clearly aware that I have no ill intent towards the two of you. If I really killed those 2 members of your hallowed grounds, then it would probably be impossible for you to be standing there and talking to me while completely fine. You don't deny that, right, Miss Lan Ling?" said Luo Jun. Lan Ling frowned and said, "Those members of my hallowed grounds were really killed by Yan Yi? Miss Lan Ling, do you think he doesn't possess the strength for that?" When he spoke up to this point, he described what had occurred. Lan Ling fell silent when she finished listening to him, and her expression grew even more solemn. However, the young man by Lan Ling's side ridiculed. "The Sword Emperor? What a huge joke! Someone from an abandoned world actually dares to call himself the Sword Emperor. In my opinion, it isn't that he's too strong, it's the people of your world who are too weak. Then why didn't you reveal your invincible martial prowess and stop him from leaving just now?" said Luo Jun in a flat voice. "You!" The young man was exasperated by this. Lan Ling waved her hand and said, "Qing Feng, regardless of whether we're willing to admit it or not, Yan Yi's strength is superior to our own. Not to mention us, he would be one of the top existences even if he was at our hallowed grounds. Most importantly, he acts entirely according to his own emotions and doesn't give face to our hallowed grounds at all. So unless our hallowed grounds dispatches even more experts, otherwise, We're utterly incapable of dealing with him with the strength we possess. Qing Feng's lips wriggled, yet he didn't refute it, and just grunted coldly. Lan Ling said, "His strength is that formidable, so we could have recruited him into our hallowed grounds to become one of us. But now it would seem like we can give up on that thought. Regardless of how great a genius he has to pay a horrible price for killing members of our hallowed grounds." Luo Jun revealed a slight smile when he heard this. Meanwhile, Lan Ling said, "Qing Feng, return to the hallowed grounds and notify them to dispatch the Holy Guard. Miss Lan Ling, allow me to give you a slight reminder." Meanwhile, Luo Jun said, "It would probably be useless if you dispatched just any ordinary person. Because Yan Yi has a master at the half-saint realm, so it's best if you ask for a half-saint realm expert. I presume the hallowed grounds should have no lack of such experts, right?" Lan Ling shook her head and said, "The half-saint realm experts of the hallowed grounds can't leave with ease, and they'll have to pay a huge price if they leave by force." Luo Jun frowned and said, "If half-saints can't come over, then are you going to get monarch realm experts? But his master will definitely not stand by idly if you dispatch monarch realm experts against him. I presume no number of monarch realm experts is sufficient to deal with a half-saint realm expert, right?" Lan Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Holy Guard isn't formed for monarch realm experts, it's exalt realm experts instead. Don't you have an agreement with him that monarch realm experts can't act against him? We won't break that agreement." Luo Jun's brows knit together even more tightly as he said, "To be frank, exalt realm experts are probably useless before Yang Yi. You've witnessed his strength just now. Not to mention that he has that skeleton and violet mink by his side. After all, Luo Jun would have annihilated Yan Yi a long time ago if exalt realm experts could pose a threat to him." "How ignorant!" Qing Feng grunted coldly and said, "Do you think that the Holy Guard of my hallowed grounds are like these trash army of yours?" The soldiers in the surroundings were furious when they heard Qing Feng, and some even wanted to attack. However, they could only use their gazes to display their anger unless they received Luo Jun's order. At this moment, Luo Jun's expression was slightly gloomy. Truth be told, he really wanted to kill this man as well. After all, this fellow was terribly weak yet arrogant to the extreme. So, Luo Jun felt that he really didn't have to fear the hallowed grounds if all of them were like him. Lan Ling frowned as she glanced at Qing Feng, and then she said, "Perhaps young Master Luo isn't aware of it, but while the Holy Guard only has less than 100 members, every single one of them is absolutely an elite amongst elites. Let me put it in this way. Just randomly picking 5 from amongst them would be sufficient to kill a monarch realm expert of your world. Trust me, I'm not joking at all." Luo Jun was visibly moved and said, "Are they really that strong?" Lan Ling smiled and said, "My older sister is a member of the Holy Guard. She's only 21 years old now, but her sword intent has already attained the 9th level, and she even possesses the enlightened sword heart. Moreover, she possesses at least 3 Dao rank sword techniques, while the sword she utilizes is a top-rate Dao artifact that was forged from stellar iron, which only my hallowed grounds possesses." Luo Jun nodded lightly. After all, even though such figures couldn't compare to Yan Yi, they weren't much inferior. "Young Master Luo, you know, my sister's strength isn't even sufficient for her to be ranked in the top 50 of the Holy Guard," said Lan Ling with a smile on her face. Luo Jun's heart shook. At this moment, he finally understood why his ancestor was afraid of the hallowed grounds. Not to mention its monarch realm and half-saint realm experts, even the exalt realm experts of the Holy Guard were extraordinary, terrifying existences. If those fellows were to come to Profounder Continent, then it might only be possible to go against them if all the exalt realm experts of the entire continent joined forces. Only 10 are needed. No, only 5 members of the Holy Guard are needed, and then Yan Yi, that skeleton, and that violet mink will definitely be annihilated," said Lan Ling. "I hope so," said Luo Jun. Just like that, Qing Feng and Lan Ling returned to the hallowed grounds to get backup. On the other hand, Luo Jun's group retreated to the ocean of anarchy. The lesson he learned just now made Luo Jun set up an all-encompassing net around the army, so it would be activated and issue a warning as soon as an outside approached. Moreover, for safety's sake, he even utilized the exalted Han Empire's heavenly net, an earthly net, to observe Ancient Domain City. So, he would immediately be notified even if a single mosquito flew out from Ancient Domain City. At this moment, Luo Jun's army was in a state of extreme anxiety. They were extremely afraid that Yan Ye's group of 3 would charge into their ranks and carry out another slaughter. Compared to the situation in Luo Jun's army, Ancient Domain City was in a state of joy instead. Because the news of Yan Ye's group killing their way into Luo Jun's army and slaughtering Luo Jun's troops had arrived at Ancient Domain City, and it was definitely a boost of confidence to everyone in the city. Without them even realizing, Yan Yi had become their mental support. Because countless people felt that so long as Yan Yi was amongst them, then they would be confident in gaining victory even if they faced the exalted Han Empire and the extraordinary powers of the Central Territory. It was an age where the strong were respected and revered. Yan Yi held the violet mink with both his hands as he stood on the divine gold dragon, and he prevented her from running off and hiding in the tiny vortex. "Little fellow, you're definitely able to take human form, right? Transform for me, alright? I guarantee that I won't take advantage of you." Yan Yi said that he wouldn't, but he immediately kissed the violet mink on her forehead once he finished speaking, causing the little fellow's face to flush red. She pressed her claws against her face and seemed extremely embarrassed. Chapter 587. No matter how Yan Yi asked and begged, the little fellow was unwilling to take human form, and it simply made Yan Yi grit his teeth with dejection. After all, had been really looking forward to seeing the little fellow after Shed taken human form. Yan Yi had just returned to Ancient Domain City when the world around him spun, and then had arrived high above the clouds. The founding emperor, beast emperor, demon emperor, and dragon emperor were standing before him. "Kid, you're in trouble now." The dragon emperor laughed coldly when he saw Yan Yi. "I really don't know if you're fearless from your ignorance, or if you're as stupid as a pig. Do you know who those 3 people you killed were from? They are members of the Hallowed Ground. Are you aware what the Hallowed Grounds is? It's a place that's filled with Monarch Realm experts. Even that half-saint master of yours won't be able to save you this time. You're a divine dragon at any rate. Why are you such a coward and so afraid of the Hallowed Grounds? Could it be that you've even inferior to me?" Yan Yi countered. The Dragon Emperor was exasperated. "Do you know what sort of power you've offended? That isn't something that the exalted Han Empire can compare to. If all their forces were to swarm out, then even the joint forces of all the profounders throughout our continent would probably be unable to defeat them. Understand? Moreover, do you know why the Sword Sect's founding ancestor didn't annihilate the exalted Han Empire all those years ago? It was because experts of the Hallowed Grounds were dispatched. Even the Unfettered One was afraid of the Hallowed Grounds. Who do you think you are? I've already killed them, so what's the point of saying all of this now?" Yan Yi spoke indifferently. "Could it be that you intend to use my life to ask for forgiveness from the Hallowed Grounds?" The Dragon Emperor's mouth twitched with fury. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor said, "Kid, we'd promised the Hallowed Grounds that we would dispatch experts to the Hallowed Grounds and assist them to suppress the defiant profounders. But now you've killed members of the Hallowed Grounds, so they'll definitely not let you go, and we're your allies. So we specially came here to ask you exactly what your intentions are? Besides that, do you realize what the Hallowed Grounds represent or not?" Yan Yi nodded and said, "I do. You still dared to kill them when you knew." The Dragon Emperor spoke furiously. "Do you know what sort of calamity our demon race would suffer if the Hallowed Grounds were to vent its anger on our demon race because of you?" The Demon Emperor spoke in a low voice. "What's your plan? Truthfully speaking, our demon race won't go against the Hallowed Grounds for your sake if it really intends to annihilate you. I think that the Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor are of the same mind as well. So, we came here just to ask you exactly what you're trying to do." "He intends to defy the heavens." The Dragon Emperor grunted coldly. Yan Yi fell silent for a moment before he said, "Senior Demon Emperor, Would you believe me if I told you that you wouldn't be able to stop the defiant profounders from escaping the seal even if all of you head to the hallowed grounds? Everyone here frowned when they heard this, and even the demon emperor reacted in the same way. Even though he really disliked Yan Yi, he didn't feel that Yan Yi would try to deceive them when it came to such a matter. Because once Yan Yi had no proof, then he would lose everyone's trust. That would be very disadvantageous to Yan Yi. So, he felt that Yan Yi wasn't that stupid. What do you mean? It was the founding emperor who asked this question. Yan Yi said, the defiant profounders can't be stopped. We'll only be giving our lives away if we lead our forces to the hallowed grounds. Or perhaps it can be said that we might be used as cannon fodder instead. Of course, that's just a guess of mine. After all, we wouldn't have any right to decide anything once we've entered the hallowed grounds. The demon emperor spoke in a low voice. The reason? Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he waved his right hand, and then the ancient sheath appeared before them. He said, Seniors, are you aware of this ancient sheath's true origins? The demon emperor said in a low voice. It has existed since the records of my demon race were written. My demon race has studied it in the past, and anyone who obtains it will become the Sword Emperor because it seems to be capable of suppressing other swords. Besides that, there's nothing else special about it. Why? Is the ancient sheath related to the defiant profounders? Yang Yi said. Since there's a sheath, there naturally is a sword. Senior, do you know where its sword is? The demon emperor's eyes narrowed as he said, It's at the hallowed grounds? Yan Yi nodded and said, Its sword is suppressing the defiant profounders at the hallowed grounds. The descent of that Saint Realm expert from the Flower Palace severely damaged the seal at the demon catacombs, so the seal created by the ancient experts of the continent, and the ancient sheathed sword aren't able to suppress the defiant profounders any longer. The only reason those defiant profounders aren't breaking through the seal right now is merely because they are waiting for more of their comrades to awaken. Yan Yi paused when he spoke up to this point, and he continued, Actually, I think those fellows from the hallowed grounds are clearly aware of it as well. Otherwise, why would they ask for all the elites of our continent? It's even to the extent that I feel they are looking for cannon fodder. Of course, all of this is just a guess of mine. If what you said isn't true and your guesses were wrong, then we wouldn't just offend the hallowed grounds by refusing to go, it would even allow the defiant profounders to escape. At that time, we'll really become sinners of the entire continent, said the demon emperor. But what if it's true? Said Yang Yi. All of them fell silent. They wanted to protect the continent, but if it was impossible to stop the defiant profounders from breaking out of the seal, then they didn't want to be cannon fodder for the hallowed grounds. The demon emperor spoke in a heavy voice. Even if what you said is true, we wouldn't be able to resist the defiant profounders if we don't join forces with the experts of the hallowed grounds, and just rely on our own strength. Yang Yi said, Seniors, decide for yourselves if you intend to go there or not. In any case, I won't be going. So long as he attained the monarch realm, then he would dare to allow profounders to live within the primordial pagoda. So, he didn't care about the defiant profounders or the hallowed grounds. He couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to them so long as they didn't offend him. But if they did offend him, then he'd kill both the defiant profounders and members of the hallowed grounds without any hesitation. My divine gold dragon clan has decided to head to the hallowed grounds. Right at this moment, the dragon emperor suddenly said, Demon Emperor, you should realize that we would be helpless if we offend the hallowed grounds, and it dispatches its experts against us. Fight the hallowed grounds to the bitter end? What a joke! Moreover, even if what Yang Yi said was true, we have a greater responsibility to head to the hallowed grounds and lend a hand. Otherwise, would we be able to survive once the defiant profounders annihilated the hallowed grounds? The demon emperor was still slightly hesitant. After all, he was naturally willing to join forces with the hallowed grounds to deal with the defiant profounders if the hallowed grounds' intentions were sincere. But what if the hallowed grounds merely intended to use them as cannon fodder? Even though everyone had the responsibility to protect the continent, was anyone willing to serve as cannon fodder and be used by others? Right at this moment, the violet mink suddenly appeared on Yang Ye's shoulder, and then she flew over to the Demon Emperor. No one knew what she said to the Demon Emperor, but the hesitance in his eyes instantly vanished. My demon race won't be going. The Demon Emperor spoke abruptly, and it immediately made everyone here feel extremely puzzled. What did that violet mink say to the Demon Emperor? Chapter 588. Demon Emperor, aren't you worried that you'll bring eternal damnation upon my demon race by doing that? The Dragon Emperor spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. The Demon Emperor said, "I'll allow the myriad of clans within the demon race to make their own decisions. I won't stop those who are willing to head to the hallowed grounds, and I'll take good care of all who are willing to follow my spatial mink clan." The Demon Emperor was rather doubtful of Yang Yi's words because it was truly quite inconceivable. But he fully believed the violet mink because he was confident that the violet mink wouldn't harm him, regardless of her relationship with Yang Yi. He was sure that she would definitely not allow it if Yang Yi wanted to harm him. The violet mink had told him to trust Yang Yi, so had decided to make a gamble. The Dragon Emperor's expression grew even more gloomy when he heard the Demon Emperor. In the end, he glared fiercely at Yang Yi and said, "Demon Emperor, you intend to split our demon race apart for the sake of this human? I would really be splitting our demon race apart if I were to forcefully command everyone not to head to the hallowed grounds." The Demon Emperor said, "After all, just your Divine Gold Dragon clan and the other 3 Divine Beast clans will absolutely not obey my orders, right? Since it's like that, then everyone can choose their own clan's path, and there will be no one to blame if that chosen path is mistaken. Then I'll wish your spatial mink clan good luck." The Dragon Emperor grunted coldly before he vanished on the spot. After the Dragon Emperor left, Yang Yi raised his head and gazed at the Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor before he said, "Seniors, the Southern Territory is our foundation, and we'll be at the mercy of others if we head to the hallowed grounds. I presume both of you should be clearly aware that the members of the hallowed grounds look down upon us profounders of Profounder Continent, right? Do you think we would be respected and treated equally there?" The Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor fell silent. Yang Yi continued, "Seniors, I want to lead my people to the hallowed grounds no matter what. At the same time, I hope both of you don't go as well. Why would our joint forces have to fear the hallowed grounds and defiant Profounders in the Southern Territory?" At this moment, the Beast Emperor smiled and said, "Kid, you've convinced me. My Dark Beast Empire will stay in the Southern Territory because I don't want to head to the hallowed grounds as well. Even though your guesses from before were only guesses, they did make sense. Besides that, I really can't stand the hallowed grounds attitude. They came here to seek our help, yet they make it seem like they are showing extraordinary favor towards us. It's truly infuriating. Then my Grand Qin Empire has no other choice." The Founding Emperor smiled and said, "Since both of you aren't going, then what's the point of my Grand Qin Empire going there? Well, do as Yang Yi said and resist anything that comes for us in the Southern Territory. Beast Emperor, let's form a cavalry between the Profounders at the Spirit Realm and above from my Grand Qin Empire, and the Dark Beasts of the Dark Beast Empire at the Spirit Rank and above." The Beast Emperor pondered deeply for a moment before he nodded. If humans and Dark Beasts were to join forces, then their combat strengths would definitely multiply. "Command of this army will be given to Yang Yi." The Founding Emperor smiled. "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "I'm not skilled in commanding an army, so it's a tough job for me to do that." The Founding Emperor smiled and said, "Firstly, it's very difficult to form a perfect combination of human and dark beasts, because both sides are hostile to the other. Besides that, since both the human Profounders and dark beasts would be experts at the spirit realm or above, do you think that any ordinary person can command them? Of course, you can leave their training to us. We'll assign people to train them, and you just have to hold a position in the army. So that's why." Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "All right. Right, make the others receive training as well. Especially experts at the Exalt realm. When I attacked Luo Jun's army today, they weren't defeated because they were too weak, it was because they were in disorder. After I charged into their ranks, they themselves fell into disorder and were utterly powerful to concentrate their attacks against me, and that was why I had an opportunity to exploit. If they didn't fall into disorder at the beginning and were able to group up swiftly, then I presume I wouldn't just be unable to slaughter my way through their army, even escaping would be a problem for me. Yan Yi was very clearly aware that if he were to face an army in a head-on collision, then not to mention over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts, even 500,000 King Realm Profounders would be sufficient to give him a huge amount of trouble. The only reason he had been able to slaughter his way through the army just now was because many experts within the army were hesitant and fearful when he charged into their ranks, and they weren't able to join forces and deal with him. The founding emperor pondered deeply for a short while before he said, "We have a total of almost 5,000 Exalt Realm experts. Half will form the cavalry with the Spirit Realm experts, while the other half will form a flying cavalry with Exalt rank flying dark beasts, and we'll train them all to become soldiers, alright? We might not have enough Exalt rank dark beasts," the Beast Emperor said in a low voice. "Even if all the Exalt rank dark beasts on Grand Myriad Mountains are included, there are probably only around 1,500, and that even includes the dark beasts from some dark beast clans that live in seclusion. They'll gift 1,000 beast limit herbs to the Dark Beast Empire, so some of your spirit rank dark beasts will be able to advance into the Exalt rank." Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor said abruptly, "I'm sorry, but this is all I can do. Because while my Spatial Mink clan and I can come to the human world, we have to pay a certain price for the members of the other clans to come to the human world. Moreover, we can only bring a small amount to the human world. Of course, the situation would be completely different if Luo Jun utilizes the Mortal Emperor Sword to break open the barrier between the human world and demon territory. Senior, even your strength isn't sufficient to break open that barrier?" Yan Yi frowned as he spoke, because they could definitely annihilate the exalted Han Empire if the demon race could come to the human world. The Demon Emperor said, "I can, but the price he'll have to pay would be too huge. At least 2 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts will have to be sacrificed, and many members of the demon race will definitely not agree to coming over to support the human race. In their opinion, it's the best if humans fight each other. Looks like that we have to deal with the exalted Han Empire ourselves." Yang Yi said, "Seniors, let's just do as we've decided. Immediately gather all the Exalt Realm and Spirit Realm Profounders, and the Exalt rank and Spirit rank Dark Beasts, and then train them into an invincible army as soon as possible. After all, we need an army if we want to destroy the exalted Han Empire." After he finished the discussions with the founding emperor and Beast Emperor, both of them immediately acted and quickly selected the required experts. At this moment, the Southern Territory was most in need of time. Fortunately, Yan Yi's deterrence from just now had caused Luo Jun to show no signs of attacking Ancient Domain City until now. Outside Ancient Domain City, Yan Yi was standing within a dense forest with over 100 black-clothed figures behind him. All of them were part of that group of assassins which Yan Yi had formed. All of them had been cultivating bitterly behind closed doors within the Sword Sect's Sword Cave, and Su Qin sure hadn't notified them when the Sword Sect was in danger of being annihilated. After all, they would only be giving their lives away if they left the Sword Cave. They were Yan Yi's subordinates, so she didn't have the right to make them get buried along with the Sword Sect. Yan Yi glanced at them and nodded lightly. He noticed that 30 of them had attained the Exalt Realm while the others were at the 5th rank of the Spirit Realm or above. Even though there was a huge gap between them and Luo Jun's subordinates, he didn't mind it because he had never thought of using them to attack Luo Jun. Suddenly, Yan Yi's gaze descended onto one of them who was standing in the front row, and he said, "Get out here." That figure stiffened, and then he removed his mask to reveal a face that was very familiar to Yan Yi. "Yi Yun?" Yan Yi frowned and said, "What are you doing here? Where's your wife?" Yi Yun laughed bitterly and said, "Big brother, I never expected that I would have still been unable to keep it from you. You said that I could come help you if I attained the Exalt Realm. Look, I'm at the 2nd rank of the Exalt Realm." Yan Yi's heart felt slightly warm as he said, "Fine. Since you've come, then stay. It just so happens that I need you to do something for me." Yi Yun was delighted when he heard this, and he said, We've been wanting to kill those profounders of the exalted Han Empire for a very long time. Yan Yi shook his head and said, I'm not asking all of you to do that. Then? Yang Yi said, if I'm not wrong, many clans and small powers within the Southern Territory have sided with Luo Jun. Your mission is to investigate them, and immediately annihilate them if they've sided with Luo Jun. Of course, you have to possess sufficient proof. I don't want the other powers that have no intent to betray us to feel disappointed. Understood. All of them left. Yan Yi gazed towards the exalted Han Empire, and there was a serious expression in his eyes. Even though he was invincible in the same realm of cultivation, he knew that he was still weak in the eyes of some existences of this world. Now, all of them were abiding by some rules, and Monarch Realm experts weren't able to act against him. However, he believed that it wouldn't be long before such rules would be useless in this world. At that time, it would be simply too easy for them to annihilate him if his strength remained the same. Besides that, the hallowed grounds would definitely not let the matter rest, and there was the threat of the defiant profounders as well. In short, the future was bound to be stormy. So, he had to attain the Monarch Realm. Because only at the Monarch Realm would he possess strength to face a half-saint. Moreover, only by attaining the Monarch Realm could he open the tuned level of the primordial pagoda and awaken the little girl. After he returned to Ancient Domain City, Yan Yi had another headache, and it was Qin Xie. Because he noticed that she was slightly at odds with Xiao Yushi. Fortunately, they didn't get into any fights. There were some things that he couldn't avoid and had to resolve. Yan Yi called both Qin Xie and Xiao Yushi over to his room. However, Ding Xiaoyao suddenly arrived when he intended to resolve the problem between them. Ding Xiaoyao said something to the two of them, and then they glanced at Yan Yi before they left, causing Yan Yi to feel utterly puzzled. My Ding clan asked me to marry you. The first words Ding Xiaoyao spoke to him made Yan Yi feel even more dazed. Qin Shi, Yushi, and Xie have agreed to it as well, said Ding Xiaoyao. Yan Yi was utterly speechless. She continued, but I refuse. Chapter 589. Yan Ye's face darkened. What's she trying to say? Is she playing a trick on me? Ding Xiaoyao continued. The Ding clan has placed all its hopes on you, so it can only truly be at ease with a marriage between you and me. Because my Ding clan would be completely tied to you then. Of course, their true motive is to obtain even more benefits through me. You're quite frank about all of this, said Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao said. Since we're working together, then we naturally have to be frank with each other. Then why didn't you agree? Yang Yi suddenly asked this question, but he immediately regretted his decision. Are you willing to spend your entire lifetime with someone you have no feelings for? Ding Xiaoyao gazed at him and said, Of course I don't hate you, but I don't feel anything special about you. You aren't my type because you're a real player. Yan Yi rubbed his nose and felt rather embarrassed. So, he hurriedly changed the topic and said, Go back and tell the Ding clan that I, Yan Yi, will never forget the Ding clan's timely assistance in a time of difficulty. Thus, so long as the Ding clan doesn't betray me, then he'll never betray the Ding clan. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Yan Yi and spoke indifferently. I'll deal with the Ding clan, and I've even helped you deal with the problems between your women for now. All you have to do is attain the Monarch Realm as soon as possible. You should realize that you're like the rope that ties all the powers in the Southern Territory together, and the entire Southern Territory will definitely collapse if you were to perish. Because everyone is following you out of consideration for your future. They believe that you'll definitely become a figure comparable to the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. So if you die, then their hopes would be lost. Understand? Yang Yi nodded and said, Don't worry, I still have many things to do, so I won't die that easily. Ding Xiaoyao nodded, and then she suddenly said, Why didn't you take a Nanjing as well? Huh! Yang Yi was stunned. Ding Xiaoyao spoke seriously. She's so formidable. If she were to join forces with you, then I presume your joint forces would even be sufficient to kill a Monarch Realm expert, right? I would think that there's no chance at all if it was any other person, but I think that you might be able to take the martial god of this era as yours if you worked hard on it. Yang Ye's face darkened and said, We're friends. It's a pure friendship. Ding Xiaoyao chuckled and said, Is pure friendship even possible between a man and a woman? Perhaps it is, but I don't think that's possible for you. Yang Yi suddenly said, Are we not pure friends? The smile on her face stiffened a little, and then she turned around and walked towards the door. She was merely halfway there when she spoke again. Right, the madam of the Southern clan wishes to see you. Should I bring her to you? No. Why? I'm cultivating. Ding Xiaoyao nodded, and then she left the room. After that, the only thing Yang Yi did every single day besides cultivating bitterly was to accompany Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, and Little Yao. The little girl had burned away almost 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones that day. In other words, Yang Yi had less than 10,000 left now. But that was quite sufficient. The amount of energy required for the advancement of every single rank of cultivation from the 5th rank of the Exalt realm was enormous, but since he cultivated within the primordial pagoda and supplemented it by madly consuming extreme-grade energy stones, had advanced into the 6th rank of the Exalt realm in just a short period of half a month. Yang Yi had intended to continue cultivating, but something gave him no choice but to stop cultivating for now. Su Qingshi was giving birth. Su Qingshi gave birth to a baby girl, and they named her Yang Yanxue. She looked very much like her mother, and Yang Yi loved her to bits. He was constantly holding her in his arms and showing her off to everyone. Su Qingshi held Yang Yanxue in her arms within her room, and her eyes were filled with a gentle expression. Yang Yi was sitting by her side, and for the very first time in his life, he felt slight detest towards slaughter and battle as he gazed at Su Qingshi and his daughter. And Nanjing's objective was the end of the path of cultivation. Yang Yi's objective was merely to live a peaceful life with his family. Of course, such a simple objective was clearly not easy to achieve at all. It was like that sometimes. Even if you didn't cause any trouble, it didn't mean that others wouldn't cause trouble for you. Moreover, in this world where the strong were respected, one without strength was bound to be bullied and oppressed. But one's lack of strength made it so that one could only endure when suffering such a situation. Yang Yi understood all of these principles. So, he's figured out a principle. If he wanted to live a peaceful life, then he had to obtain absolute strength first. Because only absolute strength would make it so that others wouldn't dare disturb his peace. Yang Yi enjoyed a rare period of peace during this month. The reason Luo Jun hadn't attacked Ancient Domain City was mainly because he was waiting for the hallowed grounds to attack. Before this, had thought that Yang Yi was dead and hadn't taken any precautions, and that was why Yang Yi had an opportunity to take advantage of and slaughter his army. Now, it was utterly impossible for Yang Yi to sneak into his army again. The overall strength of the Central Territory was multiple times stronger than Ancient Domain City. So, if he were to launch a full-scale attack, then he was confident in his ability to breach Ancient Domain City. Because no matter how abnormal Yang Yi's strength was, it was impossible for Yang Yi to annihilate the entire army. However, even if he won such a battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, he hadn't chosen to launch a full-scale attack, and chose to wait for the Hallowed Grounds forces instead. He intended to rely on them to eliminate Yang Yi before he launched his full-scale attack. Because the alliance formed by the powers of the Southern Territory would definitely fall apart once Yang Yi was killed. After waiting and waiting for an entire month, they finally arrived. Qing Feng and Lan Ling led an old man, 4 men, and a woman to profounder continent. As expected of an abandoned world. The density of spirit energy here isn't even a fifth of what it's like at our hallowed grounds. Moreover, it seems like the spirit energy here will be drying up soon. A man with a small sword-shaped mark at the center of his forehead frowned as he spoke in midair. It has nothing to do with us. The old man by the man's side spoke indifferently. All of you go look for Yang Yi. He'll be heading to the demon territory. I'm really curious to see who the current demon emperor is, as he actually dared to refuse the summons of my hallowed grounds. He'll be sending him off on his way if he's too weak. The old man vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Once the old man left, the man looked at Lan Ling and said, "Take us to Yang Yi. I hope he'll be a little stronger. Otherwise, it would truly be too boring. Senior brother Jian Kuang, it's best if we don't underestimate our enemy," said Lan Ling softly. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Jian Kuang's mouth as he said, "Underestimate our enemy? I sincerely hope he isn't too weak. I heard he's called the Sword Emperor on this continent." Meanwhile, the woman who looked quite similar to Lan Ling spoke abruptly. Lan Ling nodded. "Indeed." The woman revealed a ridiculing smile when she heard this and said, "Jian Kuang, you're called the young sword saint in our hallowed grounds. I really look forward to the battle between the young sword saint and the sword emperor of Profounder Continent. It'll make him realize that he isn't worthy of being called the sword emperor." Jian Kuang spoke flatly. In next to no time, their group arrived outside Ancient Domain City. Chapter 590. As soon as he found out that the members of the Hallowed Grounds had arrived on the continent, Luo Jun had immediately led his army to an area 50 kilometers away from Ancient Domain City. On the other hand, he himself took all the Exalt Realm experts in his army to Ancient Domain City. He didn't order the entire army to come with him because he wanted to see if the members of the Hallowed Grounds could annihilate Yang Yi. Actually, they didn't have to be able to kill Yang Yi. He would immediately order his army to attack the city if the forces from the Hallowed Grounds could suppress Yang Yi and the skeleton. Because if the two of them weren't suppressed and were allowed to charge into his army, then it would definitely be a calamity. "That's the mortal emperor?" Jian Kuang gazed at Luo Jun, who stood in the distance. Lan Ling nodded and said, "He possesses the faith energy of 3 territories and had the mortal emperor's sword, so he's very strong." "Very strong?" Meanwhile, one of the men by Jian Kuang's side spoke with disdain. "If he's very strong, then be unable to even conquer a city. Lan Ling, I never expected that you actually lost all your pride after coming to Profounder Continent once. Now I understand why your older sister Lan Yun was able to enter the Holy Guard, yet you weren't." Meanwhile, the woman who looked quite similar to Lan Ling glanced at that man who spoke and said, "Jianao, watch your manners when you speak to my younger sister, otherwise, I wouldn't mind making you bleed a little." Jianao seemed to be quite fearful of Lan Yun, and he just grunted coldly and didn't speak further. Lan Ling shook her head and sighed lightly. She was very clearly aware that they hadn't taken Yang Yi, Luo Jun, or the skeleton seriously. Because Yang Yi and the others were just inhabitants of Profounder Continent to them. What sort of place was Profounder Continent? It was a place that was abandoned by the strong, so how could these inhabitants of such an abandoned world compare to them? If she hadn't witnessed the true strength possessed by Yang Yi, Luo Jun, and that skeleton, she wouldn't take them seriously as well. She wanted to warn them again, but she wasn't able to say anything in the end. Because she was able to determine their attitudes just from their expressions, and it was the same even for her older sister. They didn't take Yang Yi and the others to be existences at the same level as them. "Qing Feng, tell the mortal emperor to not interfere later. I don't want my battle to be interrupted," said Jian Kuang. Qing Feng was delighted when he heard this, and he hurriedly flashed over to Luo Jun's group. "Luo Jun, my senior brother asks that you don't interfere when he fights Yang Yi later, understand?" Qing Feng assumed a haughty air as he gazed at Luo Jun and said, "If you dare to interfere." "Humph. My senior brother and the others will immediately annihilate all of you, understand?" He didn't like Yang Yi, but his dislike for Luo Jun was even greater. Because Luo Jun had bluntly disregarded him right in front of Lan Ling, and Luo Jun had even chatted happily with Lan Ling. That made him feel extremely displeased. The Exalt Realm experts around Luo Jun were furious when they heard Qing Feng. Qing Feng's eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule when he noticed this, and he said, "What? All of you intend to attack me? Would you even dare? I'm fucking standing right here for all of you to kill me. All of you are pussies if you don't kill me. Are you really that desperate to die?" said Luo Jun in a cold voice. "Do you fucking dare to kill me?" Qing Feng pointed a finger at Luo Jun and ridiculed. If you dare to even touch me, then my senior brother, and the others will definitely slaughter all of these Exalt Realm experts of yours. Don't even think that over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts is a big deal. All of you are worse than dogs before my senior brother, and the others. How could anyone endure such insult? They'll kill you! Right at this moment, a profounder at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm roared furiously, and his figure flashed as he slapped his palm towards Qing Feng's head. At the same time, over a dozen more Exalt Realm experts at the 5th rank or above attacked in unison. Luo Jun wanted to stop them but was too late. At this moment, a few rays of light flashed by, and then all of those Exalt Realm experts were instantly chopped into two. How dare ants like you think of touching members of my hallowed grounds? Jian Kuang and the others arrived before Luo Jun's group. Even though there were over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts here, they didn't reveal a trace of fear on their faces. Jian Kuang and the others just gazed at Luo Jun while the Exalt Realm experts behind Luo Jun were looking at him as well. After all, the decision to fight or exercise forbearance was in Luo Jun's hands. Luo Jun held tightly onto the Mortal Emperor's sword in his left hand while his expression was extremely gloomy, and there was ghastly killing intent in the depths of his eyes. A short while later, Luo Jun slowly released his grip on his sword and smiled. Good luck. A wisp of disdain flashed through the eyes of Jian Kuang and the others, whereas, the Exalt Realm experts behind Luo Jun and especially those who didn't belong to the exalted Han Empire instantly revealed disappointment. They usually possessed great status, so when had they suffered such humiliation? Now, they had to continue exercising forbearance even after suffering such humiliation, so they felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. Mortal Emperor, could it be that my senior brother and the others have died for nothing? Right at this moment, an Exalt Realm expert suddenly spoke in a cold voice because one of those Exalt Realm experts who'd been slashed into two just now was from his sect. Are you telling me that my older brother died for nothing? Another Exalt Realm expert stepped forward. What about my junior brother? Luo Jun's expression grew unsightly as he faced their questions. He was very clearly aware that they would lose faith in him if he didn't give them an explanation. However, giving them an explanation represented that he would have to fight these fellows from the hallowed grounds to the death. At that time, he wouldn't just lose even more Exalt Realm experts, he would even offend a terrifying place like the hallowed grounds. It wasn't worth it, and it was meaningless. So, when he thought up to this point, Luo Jun took a deep breath, glanced coldly at all the Exalt Realm experts behind him, and then said, I know what I'm doing. Step back. Ha! One of the profounders suddenly roared with laughter and said, So this is the so-called Mortal Emperor? This is the so-called Messenger of the World? This is the so-called Emperor of all territories? Yan Yi was right, the heavens are really blind. You actually intend to exercise forbearance after being insulted right in the face. You really shouldn't call yourself the Mortal Emperor, you should just call yourself an idiot. Bang! One of the old men by Luo Jun's side instantly appeared before that profounder, and then immediately slapped him to death. What nonsense! The old man grunted coldly, and then he returned to Luo Jun's side. Elder Lin, what a show of strength! Meanwhile, an elder of the Endless Sect stepped forward and said, An elder of my Endless Sect died at their hands just now as well. Now I represent the Endless Sect to ask the Mortal Emperor if that elder of my sect has died for nothing just like that. Right, Elder Lin, you wouldn't kill me for asking this question, right? Elder Wu, is this even necessary? Luo Jun said. The Endless Sect is a core ally of my exalted Han Empire, so we should unite against all adversity, right? That elder fell silent for a while before he said, I understand what you mean, Mortal Emperor. I'll report this incident to the sect master. Regardless of what the sect master decides, I'll still be leaving for now. He turned around and left while he spoke. Elder Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was about to attack yet was stopped by Luo Jun. After all, the Endless Sect had around 700 or 800 Exalt Realm experts here. If they were to openly annihilate that elder of the Endless Sect, then all of those Exalt Realm experts would definitely fight back. Once that happened, it would definitely cause more and more to follow in their footsteps. At that time, it would probably fall out of his control. There were even more that wanted to leave, but they didn't have the courage to do so. Because Luo Jun would give face to the endless sect, but he wouldn't give them any face at all. If anyone were to step forward now, then they would undoubtedly have to bear the brunt of Luo Jun's rage and be made an example of. Ha! Meanwhile, Qing Feng suddenly roared with laughter. His laughter was very loud, and it was like a slap that struck against their faces and made it burn with pain. Lan Ling, this is the mortal emperor you spoke of. Why does he look like a coward to me? Jian'eo spoke abruptly, and he seemed to have intentionally spoken at a loudness that was just enough for Luo Jun and the others to hear him. Luo Jun's expression turned gloomy while the sword in his hand suddenly started trembling. He said, "You're all members of the hallowed grounds, so I didn't want to form enmity with you. But do you really think my exalted Han Empire is an existence you can bully? We're bullying you right now, you." Qing Feng intended to continue but was stopped by Jian Kuang. Jian Kuang nodded lightly to Luo Jun and said, "You hold reverence towards our hallowed grounds in your heart, and respect our hallowed grounds, so we have no reason to show hostility to you. We came here today for Yang Yi. I heard that Yang Yi is an enemy of yours as well, so we have a common enemy." Jian Kuang had given him an opportunity to extricate himself from the situation, so Luo Jun's face eased up slightly as he said, "Indeed. Perhaps we might even have to join forces against the defiant Profounders in the future. So, we really shouldn't fight and kill each other now, right?" Jian Kuang nodded. Luo Jun continued, "Since all of you've come to avenge Lin Tian and the others, then please go on ahead. Don't worry, I guarantee that I won't interfere at all." "Haha, I said something wrong. With the strength all of you possess, wouldn't killing someone weak like Yang Yi be extremely easy? I'll just watch all of you from the sidelines." "Luo Jun, I know what you're thinking." Meanwhile, Qing Feng laughed coldly. "I admit that Yan Ye's strength really isn't bad, but that's only in your world. He's nothing in our hallowed grounds. Today, we'll allow you to witness how huge the gap between the geniuses of our hallowed grounds and your world is. I'll be waiting." Luo Jun spoke indifferently. At this moment, Luo Jun suddenly hoped that Yang Yi was stronger because he really wanted to watch them lose face. Jian Kuang glanced at Luo Jun, and then he led the others towards Ancient Domain City. "Yang Yi! Get the fuck out here and die!" Jian Kuang's voice was enhanced by profound energy, and it swept through Ancient Domain City like a storm. For a time, Jian Kuang's voice rumbled furiously like a thunderclap throughout the city. Chapter 591. Countless Profounders and dark beasts at the Exalt Realm appeared on the walls of Ancient Domain City. At the same time, the grand formation which protected the city was activated as well, causing an enormous barrier of light to appear in the sky above the city and envelop it. Besides that, innumerable soldiers had knocked their arrows on the city walls while the Exalt Realm experts were prepared for battle. They didn't know how strong the Hallowed Grounds was, but they knew how strong Luo Jun was. At the very least, Luo Jun had over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts on his side. They were all Profounders who could fly without restraint in the air, so it would be a calamity to Ancient Domain City if such an army attacked the city. So, none of them dared to let their guard down. Ding Xiaoyou's eyes had a solemn expression within them as she gazed at Jian Kuang's group that stood outside the city walls. Because all of them were at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, at least. Moreover, the sharp and powerful auras they emanated displayed that besides Yang Yi and Corp's ancestor, Xiao Yushi was the only other Exalt Realm expert in the city who was capable of going against them. Is this the Hallowed Ground's strength? Ding Xiaoyou's brows couldn't help but knit together. Right at this moment, Jian Kuang suddenly flew up into the air and gazed at Ding Xiaoyou. "You're the leader of these humans? You're from the Hallowed Grounds?" Ding Xiaoyou replied with a question. Jian Kuang glanced at the Profounders on the city walls and said, "The ignorant really are fearless. You actually wishfully hope to resist my Hallowed Grounds with just such forces? How truly laughable. Don't say that my hallowed grounds didn't give all of you a chance. Immediately open up the city, surrender, and then bring Yan Yi and everyone related to Yan Yi to me. Then, perhaps all of you will have a chance to survive. Otherwise, all the profounders of the Southern Territory will be buried alongside Yan Yi. Tisk, are you trying to scare us? Those fellows who came before you were even more arrogant, but what was the outcome? Weren't they instantly killed by Yan Yi? See the bloodstains below the walls? The blood of the members of your hallowed grounds is mixed in it. Exactly. You fellows from the hallowed grounds are really fucking annoying. Every single one of you are so haughty and act like we profounders of Profounder Continent are low-class people while all of you are high-class people. Tui! Aren't all of you just the same as us or even worse? You're going to bury all the profounders of the Southern Territory with Yan Yi? What a fucking joke! Who the fuck do you think you are? You can't even hold a candle to Yan Yi. Stupid idiot! You look like my son, so be kind and give you a warning. Fuck the hell off right now, otherwise you won't even have the chance to do that once Yan Yi gets here. The profounders on the city wall spoke successively, and it infuriated Jian Kuang to the point he started laughing from extreme rage. Good. Very good. Isn't he very formidable? Then ask him to show himself. Isn't he called the Sword Emperor? How about I allow him to swing his sword at me 10 times? How arrogant! Allow me to test your strength. An Exalt Realm expert on the city wall roared furiously at Jian Kuang, and then he gazed at Ding Xiaoyao and said, Miss Ding, please deactivate the barrier so that I can teach that ignorant fellow a lesson. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at him and said, Stand down. He intended to say something, but Ding Xiaoyao shot a cold glance at him. No one in the city dared to look down upon this slightly sickly young woman because there were rumors that said she was one of Yan Yi's women. Of course, they really admired her as well. Because numerous powers had gathered within the city and some of them had enmity between each other, and it was even great enmity. However, they coexisted in harmony under Ding Xiaoyao's management. At the very least, it was like that for now. So, Ding Xiaoyao's prestige in ancient domain city was extremely great, and very few dared to disrespect her. What? Yan Yi doesn't dare show himself? Meanwhile, Jian Kuang ridiculed. How disappointing. Is this the so-called Sword Emperor of the Profounder Continent? He doesn't even have the courage to fight me? Could it be that he has no balls? Ha! Qing Feng and Jian Ao roared with laughter without any restraint. The profounder on the city wall were exasperated, whereas Xiao Yushi's beautiful brows knit together slightly. She glanced at Ding Xiaoyao but saw Ding Xiaoyao shake her head. Even though Xiao Yushi's strength might be sufficient to fight Jian Kuang, Ding Xiaoyao couldn't take that risk. Because once anything happened to Xiao Yushi, then Yan Yi might even attack the hallowed grounds. Xiao Yushi hesitated for a moment when she saw Ding Xiaoyao shake her head, and then Xiao Yushi nodded in the end. Yan Yi had once told her to try her best to obey Ding Xiaoyao's orders in the city. Tsk. How disappointing. So the Sword Emperor of Profounder Continent is actually a coward. He doesn't even dare to fight me. What a disappointment. Jian Kuang shook his head while disdain and ridicule covered his face. Where's Yan Yi? Quickly get Yan Yi to instantly annihilate that bastard from the hallowed grounds. Exactly. Get Yan Yi to instantly kill him and let them know that they can't compare to the profounders of our Southern Territory. Yan Yi! Yan Yi! Yan Yi! Yan Yi! Countless profounders on the city wall were shouting Yan Yi's name. In their opinion, Yan Yi was invincible in the same realm of cultivation, so these fellows from the hallowed grounds would definitely be obliterated if Yan Yi acted against them. Luo Jun's face was gloomy as he watched this scene, and he clenched his right fist so tightly that his nails sunk deep into his palm. Because he noticed that the prestige Yan Yi possessed amongst the profounders of the Southern Territory was extremely superior when compared to the prestige he possessed amongst his army. Yan Yi must die. Otherwise, he'll become my greatest enemy in my path to unify the continent. Jian Kuang and the others were quite surprised as well when they noticed the prestige Yang Yi possessed in the southern territory. However, they still didn't take him seriously. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi might possess some ability, but how could he possibly compare to them? After all, they were utilizing Dao artifacts, were proficient in Dao rank techniques, and even cultivated ancient inheritances. What about Yang Yi? He was just a profounder from an abandoned world. As far as they were concerned, his title of Sword Emperor was only gained because there was no other capable expert here. After around 15 minutes passed, Yang Yi still hadn't shown himself. The voices coming from the city walls had grown softer and softer by now. Many profounders had gradually started to feel slightly displeased, and some even asked Ding Xiaoyao to deactivate the Grand Formation so that they could fight themselves. However, all of these requests were suppressed by Ding Xiaoyao, but it was exactly that which made the countless profounders on the city wall feel even more furious. On the other hand, Jian Kuang shook his head when Yang Yi still didn't show himself, and then Jian Kuang glanced at Lan Ling and Qing Feng with slight displeasure. They actually made me rush over here from the hallowed grounds for such trash? What a waste of time. Why hasn't Yang Yi shown himself? This isn't like him at all. Luo Jun spoke softly while he stood far away in the distance. Zhuge, who stood by Luo Jun's side, frowned and pondered deeply for a moment before his eyes suddenly opened wide, and he said with astonishment and terror, "Oh no! Mortal Emperor! We must return to the army immediately!" Chapter 592. Luo Jun was stunned for a while, and his expression instantly changed drastically when he understood what Zhuge meant. He was just about to turn around and return to his army when... Bang! An enormous explosion reverberated from where the army resided over 50 kilometers away, and then an enormous pillar of fire shot into the air. Next, a bolt of light crashed down from the distant sky before countless tornadoes appeared in the sky above the area. Luo Jun's face turned pale when he witnessed this scene. But that wasn't the end of it. Bang! Another enormous explosion resounded as an enormous palm that blotted out the sky appeared in the distance, and then Luo Jun and the others watched with horror as it smashed down to the ground. The entire ground quaked before it. All the profounders on the walls of ancient Domain City were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Yang Yi went to attack Luo Jun's army? Countless profounders started roaring madly with laughter when they thought up to this point. Because Luo Jun's army didn't have any Exalt Realm experts amidst them right now, so Yang Yi would simply be like a tiger pouncing into a herd of sheep. It would be an utter slaughter. Ding Xiaoyao grinned while she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Because she only knew that Yang Yi had left the city, but she didn't know where had gone. So, she was actually quite nervous when the profounders of the city walls were shouting madly for Yang Yi to show himself. She was afraid that Yang Yi's prestige in their hearts would weaken. But now it would seem like her worries were unnecessary. Yang Yi! Luo Jun led his forces to charge madly towards the army. With the strength they possessed, a distance of 50 kilometers merely took an instant. However, Yang Yi was nowhere to be found when they arrived before the army. Moreover, the entire army was in a mess, and at least 10,000 corpses of both Spirit Realm and King Realm profounders were lying on the ground. Yang Yi! I, Luo Jun, will never stop until I kill you! Luo Jun's eyes were crimson red as he gazed at everything before him, and his voice sounded like the roar of a beast as it resounded through the surroundings. Meanwhile, Jian Kuang and the others appeared here as well, and they frowned slightly when they saw the scene here. However, Jian Ao suddenly laughed coldly. So this is what the profounders of this abandoned world are like? They really are extremely weak. An Exalt Realm profounder was actually able to kill his way in and out of an army of 1,000,000 troops. TSK, what a humiliation! Clang! A sword howl suddenly resounded. The expressions of Jian Kuang and the others changed slightly as they saw the mortal Emperor's sword in Luo Jun's hand leave its sheath, and then a strand of white sword she tore through the sky and instantly arrived before Jian Ao. How audacious! Jian Ao was furious. The sword in his hand swiftly left its sheath, and it emanated a strand of sword chi as it slashed down towards Luo Jun's white sword chi. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as countless strands of sword chi dispersed towards the surroundings. However, Luo Jun's sword chi hadn't vanished at all, and it didn't lose momentum at all as it pierced through Jianao's chest. Fortunately, Jianao had forcefully moved his body at the critical moment, causing that strand of white sword chi to miss his heart. Even then, a bull-sized howl had still been opened up on his chest. "You're courting death!" Jianao was both shocked and furious. He was just about to attack when over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts surrounded all of them. Their eyelids twitched, and Jianao's lips wriggled, but he didn't dare attack anymore. Because he noticed that Luo Jun was on the brink of going berserk. "Luo Jun, what are you trying to do?" Jian Kuang spoke in a low voice. After Luo Jun executed that attack, Jian Kuang knew that had underestimated this mortal emperor a little. He was very confident, but if Luo Jun was really determined to kill them and relied on the army of profounders in the surroundings, then at least a few of them would perish here even if they were able to escape. Luo Jun took a deep breath, fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "Those fellows in Ancient Domain City were right. All of you pieces of trash can't even hold a candle to Yan Yi." The expressions of Jian Kuang and the others changed while their swords left their sheaths a little. Meanwhile, Luo Jun suddenly spoke coldly. "If you dare to attack, then I'll definitely slaughter all of you, and no one will be able to save you. Want to give it a try?" Luo Jun's words caused the others in the surroundings to feel slightly stunned. When did the mortal emperor become so overbearing? Jian Kuang spoke in a low voice. "Luo Jun, are you aware of the consequences of offending our hallowed grounds?" Luo Jun laughed coldly and said, "The consequences? You're talking about consequences with me? To be honest, I had quite a bit of respect for that hallowed grounds all of you are from. But I never imagined that everyone who came from your hallowed grounds would be haughty trash like all of you. Open your eyes wide and have a look. Perhaps Profounder Continent has fallen far behind from your hallowed grounds, but the geniuses of this world are absolutely not inferior to your hallowed grounds." When he spoke up to this point, Luo Jun turned around and walked away. However, he stopped after just taking 2 steps forward, and he gazed at Lan Ling and said, "Miss Lan Ling, I want to cooperate with the hallowed grounds, but the people dispatched by the hallowed grounds are truly too worthless. I hope Miss Lan Ling will head back and tell the members of your hallowed grounds to send someone sincere if the hallowed grounds really wants to work together with my exalted Han Empire. Besides that, let me give you one final warning. Miss Lan Ling, it's best to return to the hallowed grounds right now. To be honest, all of you will really be courting death if you go looking for Yan Yi." After he saw Yan Yi slaughter his army, Luo Jun suddenly understood a principle, and that was he could only rely on himself to eliminate Yan Yi. It was extremely foolish for him to have entrusted his hopes on others. Especially when he entrusted it to these fellows from the hallowed grounds. That was beyond foolish. The resources and reserves of the hallowed grounds was extremely terrifying indeed, and it was beyond all doubt. However, it was too arrogant. Even he who possessed the energy of 3 territories didn't dare be careless or underestimate Yan Yi at all. However, these fellows actually felt that Yan Yi wasn't qualified to be their opponent. What a bunch of idiots! Luo Jun led his army away while the swords of Jian Kuang and the others trembled incessantly. But none of them dared to attack. Because once they did, then it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the mortal emperor. If they were enemies with the mortal emperor and were enemies with Yan Yi's southern territory as well, then it meant that almost the entire human world wouldn't lend a hand to the hallowed grounds. They weren't able to bear the responsibility for such an outcome. Luo Jun had left, and he retreated to the Ocean of Anarchy with his army. "Mortal Emperor, why didn't you launch a frontal assault against the city?" Zhao Zhangfei was puzzled. "It's entirely possible for us to conquer Ancient Domain City with the strength we possess. Of course, our losses would be slightly large. However, so long as we annihilate the southern territory, then we would just need to recuperate for a while. After all, the entire human world would be within our control by then, So wouldn't it be extremely easy for us to gather even more Exalt Realm experts? Even if we conquer Ancient Domain City, would we be able to kill Yang Yi? Luo Jun said. If we can't kill him, then with his strength and potential, he'll definitely become a formidable enemy of ours if he's given the time. It's even to the extent that half-saint realm experts might be helpless against him then. So, our objective isn't to conquer the southern territory but to annihilate Yang Yi. Only by annihilating him would there be no more latent troubles for my exalted Han Empire. Yan Ye's strength is almost invincible in the Exalt realm. Coupled with the Corpse Ancestor and Spatial Mink, not to mention Exalt realm experts, even ordinary Monarch realm experts might not be able to kill him. Of course, it would be different if Monarch realm experts at the 5th rank or above acted against him, but at least 2 such experts would be required. However, he has a master at the half-saint realm. Zhao Zhangfei spoke softly. Luo Jun fell silent for a short while before he said, Mr. Zhuge, how many more existences like the Corpse Ancestor are you able to summon if my exalted Han Empire provides you its full support? Zhuge's figure trembled slightly as he said, Mortal Emperor, such actions truly harm the balance of the world. Please reconsider your decision. Yan Ye's existence is the true disruption to the balance of the world. Mr. Zhuge, it'll be troubling you to summon as many as possible, said Luo Jun in a solemn voice. Zhuge fell silent for a short while before he sighed lightly. Fine, even if we have to suffer some sort of retribution, my Zhuge clan will take responsibility for it all. Luo Jun hadn't noticed that excitement was flickering within Zhuge's eyes right now. Jian Kuang, could it be that I suffered that attack for nothing? After Luo Jun and the others left, Jianao's temper flared, and he glared angrily at Jian Kuang. Jian Kuang glanced at Jianao and said, Do you think we're really able to go against the 10,000 plus Exalt Realm experts and army of over 1 million profounders that he possesses? I refuse to believe that he would really dare to attack us. Jianao spoke with disdain. Lan Yun shook her head and said, Jianao, restrain that terrible temper of yours. That fellow, Luo Jun, is a mortal emperor at any rate. How would he possibly be able to endure it after you insulted him like that? Even a rabbit that's backed in a corner would bite, let alone a mortal emperor who commands an army of over 1 million? Moreover, he isn't as weak as you think. I know you didn't reveal your full strength just now, but did he? Lan Yun, why are you acting just like your younger sister and constantly belittling your own while praising the enemy? Jianao was displeased. Lan Yun is right. Meanwhile, one of the men amongst them who hadn't spoken until now suddenly said, The inhabitants of this abandoned world aren't as weak as we thought. Jian Xian is right. Meanwhile, the last man in the ground hood similarly remained silent until now nodded and said, Jianao, Jian Kuang, both of you must stop looking down on the people here. Since Luo Jun is so afraid of Yang Yi, then I presume he isn't a simple figure at all. If all of you still act carelessly, then it might lead to your own destruction. The man called Jian Xian gazed at the man who just spoke and said, Jian Yan, you noticed as well? Jian Yan glanced at the ground and said, Look at the ground here. So long has passed, yet a strand of fierce sword intent still remains here. If I'm not wrong, then it was left behind by that fellow Yang Yi. Just this sword intent alone displays that his strength is absolutely not weak, and even if he's weaker to us, the gap is absolutely not large. Jianao, Jian Kuang, and Lan Yun fell silent when they heard Jian Xian and Jian Yan. Even though Jian Kuang was leading the group this time, they didn't dare overlook Jian Xian and Jian Yao. Because if it weren't for the fact that the two of them weren't good at talking and didn't like talking at all, it would definitely be one of them who led the group. That's even better. Because only then would it be interesting. Wouldn't it be a little too boring if he's too weak? Said Jian Kuang. I'll return those words back to you. I hope you won't be too weak as well, otherwise it would really be too boring. Right at this moment, a man appeared before them. Moreover, a strange skeleton stood on the man's left while a fluffy violet mink was on the man's shoulder. Chapter 593. It was Yang Yi, of course. Jian Kuang and the others frowned slightly when they saw Yang Yi, and then Jian Kuang laughed coldly. I presume that you're that so-called sword emperor of this world, right? You really are as Lan Ling described. You're really arrogant and proud, huh? Haha, you know, we might have really been helpless against you if you cowered in ancient domain city, but I never imagined that you would have come out here on your own. You'll pay for such conceit with your life. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Actually, there really isn't any deep-seated or irreconcilable enmity between me and your hallowed grounds, so there's no need for us to fight each other to the death, right? Why don't I be the host and let's all sit down for a drink, have a good chat, and then let bygones be bygones, all right? All of them were slightly stunned when they heard this. Is he seeking reconciliation? The disdain on Jian Kuang's face grew even clearer, and even Jian Yin, Jian Xian, and Lan Yun revealed a wisp of contempt. This is what the Sword Emperor of Profounder Continent is like. He isn't anything great. Ha! Qing Feng roared with laughter as he pointed a finger at Yang Yi and said, You want to seek reconciliation with us now? Weren't you very arrogant before this? Didn't they say that we members of the hallowed grounds can't hold a candle to you? What is it? You're shrinking back as soon as experts of our hallowed grounds arrive? Ha! I'm really disappointed. Jian Kuang spoke abruptly. I'd been rather looking forward to fighting you because I wanted to see exactly how monstrous the profounders of this abandoned world can be. But I never imagined that you would be nothing worth mentioning. Yang Yi nodded and said, So what all of you mean is we aren't going to sit down and talk about it, right? Jian Kuang spoke indifferently. Those who kill members of my hallowed grounds must die. All those profounders of the Southern Territory who insulted my hallowed grounds must die as well. Yang Yi shrugged, and then he looked up into the sky and said, Seniors, see that? I told you that they wouldn't bury the hatchet with us. Seeking reconciliation is merely like asking for insult. Even though the Demon Emperor and the others had decided not to travel to the hallowed grounds, they didn't want Yang Yi to form irreconcilable enmity with the hallowed grounds. So, they'd specially asked Yang Yi to probe their attitude towards the matter and see if reconciliation was an option. Do as you wish. A voice resounded from high above in the sky. Yang Yi gazed at Jian Kuang's group and said, Now, will all of you fight me one by one or as a group? As a group? Jian Kuang started laughing out of extreme rage. Yang Yi, who the fuck do you think you are? Fight you as a group? We have to join forces to kill you. 3 swings of my sword. 3 swings are all I need or I, Jian Kuang, will never pick up a sword in my life. What a fucking idiot. Meanwhile, Corpse Ancestor spoke abruptly. All those years ago, we actually lost to the hallowed grounds that specializes in producing idiots. It really seems so sad now. You're courting death. Jian Kuang's sword suddenly left its sheath and carried a ray of light as it stabbed Corpse Ancestor's chest. The formidable strength within this attack caused Corpse Ancestor to take a few steps back, but that was the extent of it. The expressions of Lan Yun and the others changed slightly when they witnessed this scene. Jian Kuang's attack had been enhanced by 8th level sword intent while he was utilizing a Dao artifact to execute it. However, had merely caused his opponent to take a few steps back. Exactly what sort of monster is that skeleton? Weak, too weak. Are the members of the hallowed grounds also weak? Corpse Ancestor shook his head. Jian Kuang's face turned ferocious. He pressed his index and middle finger together before flicking it before him while he said, Wind dance. As soon as he spoke, Jian Kuang's sword suddenly started dancing through the air while countless strands of sword chi flickered through the surroundings and instantly enveloped Corpse Ancestor. These strands of sword chi seemed like fluttering butterflies, and they seemed very beautiful if based on their outward appearance alone. However, they carried extremely terrifying might, and even space was actually warping as they danced about. Yang Yi nodded slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he grinned as he gazed at Jian Kuang. This fellow is at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm at least, and both his sword intent and sword techniques are really good. He's really suitable to be refined as a sword servant. But besides this fellow, the others should be not bad as well. When he thought up to this point, Yan Ye's smile grew even more brilliant as he gazed at them all. A short while later, the sword chi dispersed. It's still too weak. Meanwhile, Corpse Ancestor's voice resounded once more. All the members of the hallowed grounds revealed shock on their faces, and their gazes had revealed seriousness for the first time. Yang Yi shook his head when he witnessed this scene. Because even he couldn't do anything to Corpse Ancestor's physical defenses without utilizing his sword domain and Heavenrend drawing technique, so how could Jian Kuang possibly pierce Corpse Ancestor's defenses? Exactly what sort of monster are you? Jian Kuang spoke coldly. It should be my turn now. Corpse Ancestor suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and his figure shot forward like a cannonball. His fist tore through the air and whistled sharply as it smashed forcefully towards Jian Kuang's chest. Jian Kuang's eyelids twitched. He didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and the profound energy within him surged into his sword before he stabbed it swiftly towards Corpse Ancestor's fist. Bang! A loud bang resounded as Jian Kuang's sword curved into the shape of a bow, while Jian Kuang himself was blasted over 100 m away by Corpse Ancestor's formidable physical strength. Corpse Ancestor chuckled and was about to follow up with another attack. However, right at this moment, a dark blue ray of light suddenly smashed against his body, and he was blasted over 30 m away. Moreover, a faint mark had appeared on his chest. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Ye's eyes when he witnessed this scene, and then he gazed at Lan Yun because it was Lan Yun who'd launched the attack. She was actually able to leave a mark behind on Corpse Ancestor's body? Her sword intent doesn't seem to have attained the 10th level. After all, it was impossible for him to injure Corpse Ancestor without utilizing his 10th level sword intent. However, Lan Yun had absolutely not attained 10th level sword intent. Eh? Critical strike? Corpse Ancestor gazed at Lan Yun and said, I never expected that you would be proficient in a sword divine technique of the ancient sword cultivators. How surprising! Critical strike? A sword divine technique? What's that? Yang Yi spoke curiously. Corpse Ancestor gazed at Yang Yi with his eye sockets and said, How sad is that? You don't even know this. How did you even become the Sword Emperor? The critical strike is a sword divine technique. To put it simply, those who cultivate it are capable of instantly doubling the might of their sword intent. It's formidable, right? Yang Yi was visibly moved when he heard this. If he were able to cultivate it, and utilized it with his 10th level sword intent, then even instantly annihilating 9th rank Exalt Realm experts would be extremely easy for him. It was even to the extent that it wouldn't be impossible for him to leave injuries behind on Corpse Ancestor's body. You want to learn it? Right at this moment, Lan Yun gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded without the slightest hesitation. After all, such a technique would be a weapon of great destruction if it fell into his hands. Especially when he utilized Heavenrend. If he enhanced Heavenrend with his sword intent and added critical strike to it as well, Yang Yi really had the impulse to fight a Monarch Realm expert. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to anymore. Lan Yun moved her hand slightly, and then a dark blue ray of sword chi flashed like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Yi. Space was directly torn apart wherever it passed. However, Yang Yi didn't move at all and just allowed it to strike him. Chapter 594. The sword chi struck against Yang Yi, and then everyone watched with astonishment as it actually entered his body, and then, nothing happened. How could that be possible? Disbelief appeared in the eyes of Jian Kuang and the others. Yang Yi seemed to be very comfortable as he took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Lan Yun. Not bad, it's much more formidable than the sword intent and sword chi that I've encountered in the past. Come, continue your attack. I guarantee that I won't fight back. After he attained 9th level sword intent, he was able to absorb the sword intent of his enemies. Of course, it was limited to those whose attainments in sword intent were below him. Lan Yun was only at the 9th level while he was at the 10th. After he absorbed her sword intent and sword chi, Yang Yi had a faint feeling that 10th level sword intent wasn't the end, and there should be an 11th level, or a completely different realm. Because Head actually felt a subtle change in his sword intent. Impossible! A wisp of coldness flashed through Lan Yun's eyes, and then she attacked again. A dark blue strand of sword chi that was over 100 m long shot down like a shooting star towards Yang Yi. This time, Lan Yun had clearly not held back at all, and her 9th level sword intent surged out and enhanced the sword chi, causing even space to be torn apart before it. Yang Yi still didn't dodge. Conversely, he even revealed excitement in his eyes. Everyone watched with astonishment again as Lan Yun's sword chi shot into Yang Yi's body, and then there was no sign of it again. This time, their expressions had changed completely. Lan Yun seemed to have thought of something, and then astonishment appeared in her eyes. Your sword intent isn't at the 9th level at all, it's at the 10th level. How could this be possible? You've actually improved your sword intent to the 10th level. The expressions of Jian Kuang and the others changed drastically when they heard Lan Yun, and Jian Kuang seemed to be driven to distraction as he said, "How could this be possible? How could he possess 10th level Earth Realm sword intent?" As he spoke, he swiftly swung the sword in his hand, and then countless strands of sword chi which were enhanced by his sword intent shot down like raindrops towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi still didn't dodge, and he just allowed it to enter him. After he absorbed all of it, Yang Yi shook his head and said, "You're really inferior when compared to her. But it's still not bad. Continue. Needless to say, we've underestimated you." Lan Yun spoke in a low voice. "Besides the team leader of my sword team, there isn't another existence in the younger generation of the hallowed grounds who has been able to attain 10th level sword intent. I never expected that a sword cultivator of this abandoned world actually attained it. I admit that we'll be suppressed by you, but do you think that you can defeat us with ease by relying on 10th level sword intent? Besides you, everyone here from the hallowed grounds will die today." Yan Yi's figure flashed and transformed into a black ray of light that shot explosively towards Jian Kuang, and the sword ruler smashed down like a lofty mountain. Jian Kuang was astounded, and he hurriedly attempted to block it with his sword. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as Jian Kuang's entire body was smashed straight into the ground. Yang Yi was about to follow up with another attack when Jian Xian suddenly appeared before him. Jian Xian didn't even seem to have moved yet. Countless swords formed from profound energy had suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and they moved swiftly to form a circular formation. "Kill!" Jian Xian roared furiously, and then those swords suddenly started spinning swiftly before they shot down explosively towards Yang Yi, who resided at the center of the circle. Bang! A strand of terrifying sword intent swept out from within Yang Yi, and the assault of the sword intent instantly crushed those swords. But Jian Xian suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi at the same time, and then a sword that flickered with a cold glow appeared at the back of Yang Yi's neck. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while his figure spun swiftly. He didn't dodge but smashed the sword ruler towards Jian Xin's head. Suddenly, Jian Xian vanished on the spot and appeared above Yang Yi. Next, countless Jian Xins appeared around Yang Yi, and then countless swords stabbed towards Yang Yi from all directions. Yang Yi grunted coldly, and the sword in his hand didn't stop at all and continued down all the way. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and then those countless figures instantly vanished before a figure moved backward incessantly from right in front of Yang Yi, and it moved backward by around 50 meters. You've attained the enlightened sword heart. At this moment, there was a wisp of dark red on the corner of Jian Xin's mouth, and he looked at Yang Yi with an extremely serious gaze. Jian Kuang, who had just emerged from beneath the surface, had intended to attack, but had stopped upon hearing Jian Xian. This time, there was no more disdain left in his eyes, and it was replaced by shock instead. Meanwhile, Lan Yun spoke abruptly. "Perhaps we can have a chat." "It's too late for that." Yang Yi chuckled as his figure appeared in front of Jian Kuang again, and the sword ruler smashed swiftly towards Jian Kuang's head. Jian Kuang was horrified. He wanted to dodge but couldn't because Yang Yi's sword was truly too swift. It was swift to the point he wasn't able to dodge it in time. So, Jian Quan had no choice but to raise his Dao artifact again and strike it against Yan Ye's sword ruler. Bang! The corners of Jian Quan's mouth twitched fiercely while his arm felt numb, and his figure was smashed into the ground again. This time, Yan Yi didn't give him a chance at all, and he leaped down into the hole. Jian Xian, Jian Yen, and Lan Yun were just about to lend Jian Quan a hand when a ray of blood-red light instantly appeared before them and obstructed their path. He agreed to a one-on-one battle. So, all of you intend to break the rules? Corpse Ancestor laughed gloomy while the blood-red saber in his hand spun about incessantly. You're a demonic cultivator of the devil Dao. Lan Yun spoke abruptly. What? Jian Ao and the others were shocked, and they cried out involuntarily. When the continent hadn't been abandoned by the experts of the continent, the top-rate experts here weren't much inferior to the hallowed grounds. At that time, all sorts of Daos vied for supremacy, and the Devil Dao was one of them. At that time, Profounder Continent was capable of posing a threat to the hallowed grounds. They didn't know what occurred in the continent at that time, and they only knew that countless experts had left the hallowed grounds for Profounder Continent, and then numerous experts of the continent vanished. This skeleton is actually a figure from over 15,000 years ago? Hee hee. I never expected that I would be recognized. Corpse Ancestor emanated horrifyingly gloomy laughter as he said, The hallowed grounds? It was all because of your hallowed grounds that I became like this. I thought that I would never have the chance to take revenge, but I never expected that you would actually come out yourselves. Even the heavens are helping me. As he spoke, Corpse Ancestor swung his blood-red saber horizontally, and a ray of blood-red light flashed out and shot towards Jian Ao and the others. They were horrified by this sight, and didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. All of them hurriedly utilized their respective sword techniques, causing sword chi to surge horizontally and vertically throughout the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly emerged from underground. Old bastard, don't kill that woman! Yan Yi spoke swiftly when he saw Corpse Ancestor was in battle with them. But in next to no time, he noticed that he was mistaken. Because he noticed that Corpse Ancestor was actually being suppressed by their joint forces, and Corpse Ancestor would have probably been killed a long time ago if it weren't for his physical defense. Yan Yi wasn't worried by this scene at all, and he was delighted instead because it was better for him the stronger they were. Even though the existing Exalt Realm sword servants he possessed weren't bad, they were much inferior when compared to these fellows from the hallowed grounds. So, it would definitely be great if he could refine them into sword servants. Bang! A dark blue strand of sword chi smashed against Corpse Ancestor's head, and he was blasted over 50 m away. After they blasted Corpse Ancestor flying, Lan Yun and the others didn't choose to continue their attack, and they gazed at Yan Yi with a vigilant expression instead. Lan Yun asked in a low voice, Where's Jian Quan? Yan Yi smiled. He's dead. You're courting death. Lan Yun said. I know you're an extremely monstrous genius, but do you really think that you can go against our hallowed grounds? It really is a tragedy for our sword team to have encountered you because we're suppressed by your 10th level sword intent, and it's practically impossible to defeat you. But do you know that the Holy Guard doesn't just consist of the sword team, there's the saber team, shadow team, spear team, and so on and so forth. All of you intended to kill me from the beginning anyway, right? Yan Yi said. Moreover, I don't know what that Holy Guard you speak of is. However, I just want to tell you that it'll kill all the experts that the hallowed ground sends for me. How arrogant! Jian Ao spoke furiously. The ignorant are truly fearless. Yan Yi, once you witness the true strength of my hallowed grounds, you'll realize how laughable your resistance and thoughts are. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Open up the city to us, surrender, and follow us to the hallowed grounds to offer an apology and seek punishment. My hallowed grounds might allow you to live out of consideration for your natural talent, otherwise you'll definitely die a graveless death. Not only will you die, everyone related to you will die as well. Moron! Yan Ye's figure flashed towards Jian Ao. Meanwhile, Corpse Ancestor didn't stand by idly, and he flashed towards Lan Yun and the others as well. Yan Yi really didn't have a good impression of these fellows from the hallowed grounds. Every single one of them was arrogant and haughty. They're actually threatening me at a time like this and asking me to do all of that. Are they all complete idiots? The expressions of Lan Yun and the others changed when they saw Yan Yi and Corp's ancestor flash over, and they didn't dare act carelessly or hold back at all. They hurriedly executed all sorts of top-rate sword techniques. Unfortunately, their sword intent and sword chi were practically useless before Yan Yi, and if they didn't rely on their sword intent and sword chi, then their physical strength was utterly incapable of breaking through Yan Yi's defenses even if it was enhanced by the Tao artifacts they possessed. After fighting them for a while, Yan Yi felt even more satisfied with their strengths. The lowest level of sword intent amongst them was at the 7th level, and every single one of them had very sharp sword intent, an extremely solid foundation, and very formidable combat instinct. If they hadn't encountered him, then their joint forces would probably be sufficient to go against in Nanjing while she was utilizing Sky Split. Unfortunately, their sword intent was completely suppressed by his 10th level sword intent and was completely useless. Hiss! In next to no time, a ray of light shot through Jianao's chest before he crashed lifelessly to the ground. Leave! They'll cover all of you. Meanwhile, Lan Yun spoke abruptly before a terrifying aura suddenly erupted like a torrent from within her. The Monarch Realm? Yan Yi and Corp's ancestor were astounded. Chapter 595. Lan Yun's aura rose steadily, and it wasn't long before her aura was terrifying and deep like an ocean. Yan Yi frowned from the sight of this because he really did sense that her aura wasn't something which an Exalt Realm expert should be able to possess, but it seemed to lack something in order to be considered as comparable to the Monarch Realm. Big sister, stop right now. Executing that technique will damage your foundation. Lan Ling spoke with horror when she saw Lan Yun's aura rising incessantly. Lan Yun, stop! He won't be able to do anything to us. Jian Yan's voice carried a trace of anxiousness. It's too late. Jian Xian spoke in a heavy voice. On the other hand, a wisp of excitement and ferocity flashed through Qing Feng's eyes instead, and he said, Lan Yun, let's join forces right now. We'll definitely be able to kill this fellow. All of you leave right now. Quickly return to the hallowed grounds. Lan Yun was staring fixedly at Yan Yi yet was speaking to Jian Xian and the others. If she were facing Yan Yi alone, then perhaps she would be confident in her ability to join forces with the others and kill Yan Yi. However, Corp's ancestor was by Yan Yi's side, and there was also that violet mink which was constantly sizing her up from atop Yan Yi's shoulder. All of you want to leave? Yan Yi shook his head and said, No one will be able to. How arrogant! Qing Feng roared furiously. However, Yan Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and his speed was at least 2 times swifter than before. Next, Jian Xian and the others saw Qing Feng's head fly up into the air while Yan Yi had returned to where he stood just a moment ago. What an annoying fellow! Yan Yi shook his head, and then he rubbed his head against the little fellow and said, Don't let them escape later. The violet mink nodded, and then faint violet light appeared on her little claws. The pupils of Lan Yun and the others constricted when they saw Qing Feng being annihilated in an instant, and then their gazes descended onto Yan Yi's shoes. Lan Yun said, I never expected that even your shoes were actually Tao artifacts. When she spoke up to this point, Lan Yun turned around to gaze at Jian Xian and the others before she said, Didn't all of you hear me? Leave right now! Old bastard, don't destroy their bodies. Yan Yi spoke indifferently. Corp's ancestor chuckled slyly as his figure flashed explosively towards Jian Xian and the others. At the same time, the violet mink flew into the air, and then a strand of dark violet light suddenly flashed from her little claw and shot towards Jian Xian and the others. At the same time, Yan Yi waved his hand, and then 10 Exalt Realm sword servants appeared here. The sword servants immediately flashed over and surrounded Jian Xin's group, causing their paths of retreat to be completely cut off. Lan Yun's expression changed slightly. She was just about to lend them a hand when Yan Yi obstructed her path, and it made her face turn grim. She said, Yan Yi, do you really intend to fight my hallowed grounds to the death? Earlier, I wanted to make peace with all of you, yet all of you weren't willing to. It can't be helped now. Since that was your decision, then I have no choice but to fight all of you until one of us is annihilated. Yang Yi shrugged. Since it's like that, then die. Lan Yun suddenly slapped her left hand towards Yang Yi, and then an enormous palm instantly shot through space and slapped down towards Yang Yi. At the same time, her figure flashed explosively towards him, and the sword in her hand emanated a ray of light that swept towards Yang Yi's neck. This time, her speed and strength were at least 5 times stronger than before. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged. The nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning shot out from within him, and then they transformed into a ball of flames and a pillar of lightning that smashed against the enormous palm. At the same time, the sword ruler swept forward and smashed against Lan Yun's sword. Bang! The enormous palm she created was blasted apart by the violet cloud lightning and nether ghost flame, and it transformed into bits of energy that rained down from the sky. Bang! After that, another enormous bang resounded. Yan Yi's sword had smashed against Lan Yun's sword, and sparks sprayed from the collision. Surprisingly, Lan Yun merely took half a step back while Yang Yi took over 10 steps back. However, Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief because it proved that Lan Yun wasn't at the monarch realm. While her strength had improved and was infinitely close to the monarch realm, she wasn't a true monarch realm expert. Of course, he wouldn't fear her even if she were a true monarch realm expert because he'd been wanting to fight a monarch realm expert since he advanced into the 6th rank of the monarch realm. The seriousness in Lan Yun's eyes grew deeper, because she noticed that Shed still underestimated Yang Yi's strength. After all, she had actually been unable to gain any advantage over Yang Yi even after Shed risked everything and utilized a secret technique to improve her strength to the artificial monarch realm. Now she understood why Luo Jun feared Yang Yi that much. H! Right at this moment, a shrill cry resounded from afar, and it horrified Lan Yun. She looked over towards the source of the cry, and she saw that Jian Yan was lying on the ground. After that, Lan Yun watched with shock as Jian Xian collapsed amidst the joint forces of Corpse Ancestor and the others. Now, only she and her younger sister remained here. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Don't kill that woman!" Lan Ling was Lan Yun's younger sister, so he needed her alive because he really wanted to obtain that divine technique, critical strike, and this secret technique which had allowed Lan Yun's strength to rise abruptly. He felt that the secret technique she executed was definitely much more superior to the secret technique which the sword spirit had utilized to help him gain an explosive rise in strength. After all, the sword spirit's technique couldn't allow him to attain the monarch realm. Lan Yun's face became ferocious as she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, perhaps you had a chance to make peace with my hallowed grounds before this, but you've practically ruined that possibility now. You'll pay an unimaginable price for your actions." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Your hallowed grounds actions are truly unsightly. You have to get something straight. It has always been all of you who wanted to become enemies with me. It was your hallowed grounds that came to Ancient Domain City and offended me first. Fine, I'm a magnanimous person and didn't intend to make a fuss about it with all of you, and I even wanted to make peace. However, all of you refused and still insisted on killing me. Now that you can't kill me, are weaker than me, and are being killed by me instead, you act in this way as if I'm going against your hallowed grounds on purpose? Do you have no shame?" Lan Yun intended to speak further, but Yang Yi waved his hand to interrupt her and said, "In any case, it's pointless to discuss all of that. I'll be frank. I've kept both of you sisters alive until now because I hope to obtain that divine technique, critical strike, and this secret technique you utilized to improve your strength. You can refuse, but don't worry, I have ways to make you speak. Of course, the exception is if you detonate your own dantian. Dream on." That was Lan Yun's answer. Yang Yi laughed coldly as his profound energy surged into the stellar shuttle, and then he transformed into a ray of black light that shot explosively towards Lan Yun. Lan Yun's pupils constricted, and she was just about to launch an attack of her own when a terrifying force suddenly appeared around her. Her sword intent was instantly suppressed, and it stunned her for a moment before she cried out involuntarily with astonishment. "The sword domain! You've actually comprehended the sword domain!" Lan Yun had just finished speaking when Yan Ye's sword ruler struck her shoulder, and the enormous force within it caused her to fall weakly to the ground. "How audacious! How dare you kill the members of my hallowed grounds!" Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from the horizon, and then an enormous palm that blotted out the sky suddenly appeared in the air. It carried monstrous and terrifying might as it smashed down in Yang Ye's direction. An actual monarch realm expert. Yang Ye's expression changed. He didn't have any time to think, and he instinctively gestured with his right hand. Jiao Ao's Dao artifact and the ancient sheath appeared in his hands, and then he sheathed the Dao artifact within the ancient sheath. After that, the profound energy within him surged madly into the ancient sheath while his 10th level sword intent erupted without reserve, and then he swiftly drew the Dao artifact with his right hand. Chapter 596. Bang! The Dao artifact exploded into pieces. A strand of sword energy shot into the sky, and then it slashed forcefully against that enormous palm. Bang! An enormous and shocking explosion resounded through the sky. Lan Yun and Lan Ling watched with astonishment as the enormous palm created by a monarch realm expert shook slightly before it exploded apart. Countless bits of energy erupted like fireworks in the air, and it was an extremely shocking scene. Lan Yun and Lan Ling were astounded to the extreme upon witnessing such a scene. Yan Ye's strength is actually sufficient to go against a monarch realm expert on his own? An exclaim resounded from the horizon, and then an old man appeared before Yang Yi. The old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I never expected that such a genius like you actually exists on Profounder Continent. You actually possess such strength while merely at the 6th rank of the Exalt realm. The natural talent and strength you possess would allow you to be ranked in the top 20 even within my hallowed grounds. Unfortunately, those who kill members of my hallowed grounds must die." The old man was about to attack when Elder Mu suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then the walking stick in Elder Mu's hand shot forward like a bolt of lightning. That old man from the hallowed grounds was horrified, and he cried out involuntarily, "A half-saint!" He hadn't even been able to finish speaking when the walking stick pierced through his chest. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from the old man's mouth while his figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. "I've spared you because I want you to take a message back to the hallowed grounds. If the hallowed grounds dares to send monarch realm experts to act against him in the future, then it'll kill every single one of them," said Elder Mu. "You..." The old man was about to say something when Elder Mu spoke once more. "You don't have to leave any more if you stay a moment longer." The old man didn't dare speak another word when he heard this, and he turned around, split space apart, and vanished on the spot. Elder Mu turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and then he nodded. "Not bad. You've grown much faster than I expected, and you're much stronger as well. Even the founding ancestor of the Sword Sect wasn't able to go against a monarch realm expert, while at the 6th rank of the Exalt realm. However, it's still insufficient. The hallowed grounds won't be willing to give up, and the exalted Han Empire won't be willing to give up as well. If they make another move, then it wouldn't be a move against you but me. So, you must attain the monarch realm as soon as possible." Yang Yi nodded and asked, "Elder Mu, do you know about the hallowed grounds?" Elder Mu nodded lightly and said, "I know a little. You know the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, right? Even he had to fear the hallowed grounds while he possessed such invincible strength all those years ago. So you have to work hard on improving your strength if you don't want to die. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you." Yan Ye's face became serious while the contempt towards the hallowed grounds within his heart had vanished. How terrifying was the Sword Sect's founding ancestor all those years ago. However, even he was afraid of the hallowed grounds. So, what qualifications did he who was only at the Exalt realm have to look down upon the hallowed grounds? Presently, There are no Monarch Realm experts acting against me, and I really face no threat at the Exalt Realm. But what would I do if this rule and agreement were to vanish one day? However, Yan Yi was very clearly aware that he couldn't be impatient when it came to such things. He needed time now, a huge amount of time. Luo Jun might launch a large-scale attack soon, so be careful. Elder Mu vanished on the spot after he finished speaking. Your master is right, you should be careful. Meanwhile, Corp's ancestor spoke abruptly. The hallowed grounds had once descended to the continent to kill numerous experts during the ancient times. Most of those experts are dead, but many utilized all sorts of special methods to preserve their lives, and they are waiting to be revived. Just like me. I utilized a secret technique to preserve my consciousness and skeleton. Yang Yi frowned. Just Corp's ancestors' strength is already so terrifying. If they summon even more, then wouldn't they even be able to slaughter a Monarch Realm expert? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, Since you lived through the ancient times and should know how to revive them, then can we revive those fellows before the enemy can? Corp's ancestor shook his head and said, There was an extraordinary clan on the continent during that time, and it was called the Zhuge clan. That clan possessed a divine technique called 7-star preservation, and we were only able to survive for over 10,000 years by relying on that divine technique combined with our own secret techniques. So, we can only be revived with the secret technique that belongs to the Zhuge clan. However, there's a huge price to pay in order to revive us. For example, the blood and resentment of a few million had been utilized that day to revive me. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched as he said, Luo Jun is the mortal emperor. Would he dare to do that? How would he deal with you if he doesn't? Corp's ancestor said. Presently, even Monarch Realm experts wouldn't be able to kill you with ease. So, he has no choice but to summon those old fellows in order to deal with you. I have to warn you not to underestimate those old fellows. Perhaps their natural talent and potential are inferior to you, but they're old geezers who have cultivated for a few hundred or even over 1,000 years. Their strengths are definitely superior to you. Yan Yi nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't underestimate any opponent of mine. Even if the exalted Han Empire doesn't kill you, my hallowed grounds will. Meanwhile, Lan Yun suddenly said, Don't think that we'll be helpless against you because you have a half-saint as your master. The strength and reserves of my hallowed grounds far exceed your imagination. Since all of you are so formidable, then why seek help from profounder continent? Yan Yi spoke indifferently. We're protecting this continent of yours, so shouldn't all of you do your part? Lan Yun spoke in a low voice. Yan Yi laughed with ridicule and said, Stop joking. All I see from your attitude is the disdain all of you have for this world of ours. So, would all of you even fight to the death to protect us from the defiant profounders? Perhaps your ancestors from 10,000 years ago might have done so, but I don't believe it's the same now. My hallowed grounds would be in danger if the defiant profounders are to emerge into the world, but could it be that your profounder continent wouldn't be in danger? Said Lan Yun. Well, deal with them ourselves once they come to profounder continent. We don't need your help, said Yang Yi. How arrogant. Lan Yun's eyes were filled with deep disdain as she said, The ignorant really are fearless. The strength and reserves of my hallowed grounds are that formidable, yet we're still extremely afraid of the defiant profounders, and don't dare to go against them with just the strength of our hallowed grounds. Who the heck do you think you are? Yang Yi shook his head and said, You people from the hallowed grounds really lack awareness. You shouldn't be worried about whether I can resist the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders. You should be worried about your younger sister and yourself. Don't say something stupid like I wouldn't dare to kill the two of you because I don't want to waste my breath on you as well. Give me that divine technique, critical strike, and the secret technique you utilize to improve your strength, and it'll give both of you a swift death. Otherwise, you'll probably be unable to die in peace. Yan Yi had thought of refining her into a sword servant and extracting her memories. But it was flawed because the memories he obtained wouldn't be complete, and it was even to the extent that he might fail to extract her memories. Those techniques were very important to him, so he didn't dare to risk it. Lan Yun stared fixedly at Yang Yi in silence. Obviously, she intended to resist until the end. Yang Yi nodded and said, I understand. As he spoke, Yang Yi glanced at Lan Ling, and then he spoke indifferently. Strip her and toss her into the Dark Beast army. They can ultimately decide her fate. Lan Ling's face instantly turned ghastly pale, and she gazed at Yang Yi with horror. Don't you dare! Lan Yun was exasperated. Do it! Yang Yi spoke indifferently. He refused to show any pity to his enemies because he was clearly aware that they would definitely show no mercy when they slaughtered his loved ones if they were able to kill him. Hee hee! Corpse Ancestor laughed gloomily as he shot explosively towards Lan Ling. I'll do it! Right at this moment, Lan Yun spoke abruptly. For the very first time, there was fear in her eyes as she gazed at Yang Yi because she felt that this fellow before her wasn't like a profounder of profounder continent at all, and he seemed like a defiant profounder instead. After all, those fellows were completely fearless as well, and they dared to do anything and everything. Yang Yi stopped Corpse Ancestor and said, Go on! She took a deep breath and said, I have a request, otherwise you won't be able to obtain critical strike and that secret technique even if I die. It's absolutely impossible if you want me to spare you, said Yang Yi. Lan Yun said, Let my younger sister go. She's utterly incapable of being a threat to you with the strength she possesses. That's my only condition, and am willing to detonate my dantian if you refuse. Lan Ling spoke abruptly. Big sister, if we're going to leave then we'll leave together. Lan Yun suddenly shouted. Shut your mouth! Lan Ling was clearly quite afraid of Lan Yun, and she instantly didn't dare speak another word and just cried incessantly. Don't be like that, Yang Yi said. You make it seem like I'm a wicked person. Please, it was all of you who came to kill me, all right? Lan Yun said. That's my only condition. I'll give you both those techniques if you agree. As for myself, I know that you'll never let me live after I fell into your hands. Smart! Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at Lan Ling and said, You may leave. Don't fall into my hands again, unless you have another older sister to save you. Besides that, don't try to curse me or speak of revenge because that will only kill you right now. Understand? Lan Ling lowered her head and concealed the emotions in her eyes from Yang Yi, and then she fell silent for a moment before she turned around and left. Yang Yi said after Lan Ling's figure vanished, Go on. Don't try to play tricks with me because I guarantee that I'll be able to determine if you're telling the truth. Besides that, don't try to detonate yourself as well because I guarantee that I'll definitely kill you sister one day if you dare to do that. Don't look at me like that. Trust me, you'll regret going back on your word. Lan Ling gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then the profound energy within her which had just started surging had calmed down slowly. Chapter 597. It wasn't long before Yang Yi got what he wanted. Critical strike was divided into 3 stages. The first stage instantly doubled the strength of his sword intent. The 2-end stage could provide 2 times more strength to his sword intent, and the 3-rod stage could provide 5 times more strength to it. However, critical strike was extremely difficult to cultivate because its requirements were very high. Firstly, the person attempting to cultivate it had to possess 8th level sword intent or above. Secondly, that person must possess the enlightened sword heart. Most importantly, that person's control of sword intent must attain an extremely terrifying state of being able to condense sword intent into a single dot before detonating it. Yang Yi had attained the first 2 requirements, but he wasn't able to accomplish the third for now. Because only now did he know that sword intent had numerous methods of usage and attack. However, Yang Yi was confident because he possessed 10th level sword intent. So, attaining the 1 stage of the critical strike technique was only a matter of time. However, Yang Yi wasn't really pleasantly surprised by the critical strike technique when compared to the other secret technique, intent ignition. Because intent ignition actually relied on utilizing sword intent to improve one's strength. In other words, sword intent was utilized to stimulate one's potential, and then experience a temporary increase in strength. The stronger one's sword intent was, the greater the increase in strength would be, Lan Yun was at the 7th rank of the Exalt realm. Even though she hadn't been able to truly advance into the Monarch realm after utilizing intent ignition, she was absolutely at a realm above the 9th rank Exalt realm. Strictly speaking, it could be considered as the artificial Monarch realm. But Yang Yi possessed 10th level sword intent. So if he were to ignite his sword intent then... Just thinking about it filled Yang Yi with excitement. However, it had a flaw as well, and it was that the user's sword intent would fall by a level after utilizing it. This flaw made Yang Yi feel quite depressed because losing a level of sword intent was definitely very difficult to accept to any sword cultivator. It was especially so for Yang Yi because Head relied on great fortuitous encounters to advance his sword intent to the 10th level, so one could only wonder how long it would take him to regain his sword intent once he lost it. So, Yang Yi would absolutely not utilize intent ignition rashly unless he had no other choice. A short while later, Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Lan Yun. "Do it!" Lan Yun closed her eyes slightly and awaited death. "As you wish!" Yang Yi swung his sword towards her head because he refused to show mercy just because she was a woman. "Wait!" Right at this moment, Ding Xiaoyao and Xiao Yushi suddenly appeared not too far away, and then Yang Yi stopped his swing. "What is it?" Yang Yi gazed at Ding Xiaoyao as he spoke with a puzzled tone. She walked over to him and said, "She's a member of the Hallowed Grounds, so she should be aware of information which we don't possess. It's truly a waste to kill her just like that. She'll be of great use in my hands. You want me to betray the Hallowed Grounds?" Lan Yun laughed coldly. Ding Xiaoyao grinned and said, "After all, your Hallowed Grounds is so formidable, so what would it change even if we do gain information from you? Perhaps we wouldn't even dare to go against it once we find out about its strength. Moreover, even if we do obtain information about the Hallowed Grounds, could it be that you think our strength is sufficient to attack the Hallowed Grounds? Since it's like that, providing us information wouldn't harm the Hallowed Grounds, and you would be able to continue living. So why not?" Such a way with words. Yang Yi really felt admiration for her. Because Ding Xiaoyao was actually able to convince someone to be a traitor in such an upright manner. Lan Yun gazed at Ding Xiaoyao for a short while before she said, "Fine, I'll do it." Yang Yi was quite stunned, and then he took a glance at Lan Yun and said, "Herbie, you have to watch out. She isn't weak at all." "Herbie?" Ding Xiaoyao was slightly stunned, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Are you talking to me? Doesn't the Xiaoyao in your name represent the peony plant?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Isn't that a type of herb? We're friends no matter what, so calling you Miss Ding makes it feel like we aren't close." Yang Yi felt that he had to form a good relationship with Ding Xiaoyao because she could deal with Xiao Yushi and Qin Xia, and she could even with all sorts of things which couldn't be resolved by force. In short, forming a good relationship with her was absolutely not a mistake. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at him before she led Lan Yun away. Corpse Ancestor was quite perceptive, and his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Head left Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi alone. The violet mink didn't possess such awareness, and she occupied Yang Ye's shoulder from the beginning. Moreover, she frequently scratched Yang Ye's ears with her little claws or rubbed her little head against Yang Ye's face. Xiao Yushi walked over to Yang Yi, and then she flipped her palm. 5 swords appeared in front of Yang Yi as she said, "These are the Tao artifacts we utilized our connections to gather for you. Use them sparingly." Yang Yi grinned as he gazed at the Tao artifacts because he had 10 now if the 5 from the members of the Hallowed Grounds were included. 10 Tao artifacts represented executing the Heavenren drawing technique 10 times. However, it really hurt Yang Yi when he thought about how he would destroy a Tao artifact every single time he executed Heavenren. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Hallowed Grounds once I've resolved the threat that Lo Jun poses. Yang Yi spoke softly in his heart. He was determined to obtain the ancient Shi's sword if he could because helping the sword spirit was equivalent to helping himself. "Be careful." Xiao Yushi spoke softly. "Even though my father can't predict your future, he's able to predict our future. While the workings of the heavens are in a completely chaotic state right now, and it's impossible to predict the future. He was still able to faintly sense that a huge tribulation awaits us in the future. A huge tribulation? Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while he took a deep breath, and then he took Xiao Yushi in his arms. He said, "Regardless of whether it's the exalted Han Empire, the hallowed grounds, or even the defiant profounders who haven't shown themselves yet, I won't let anyone harm all of you. Yushi, I know that both you and Qin Shi have been very worried about me lately. Trust me. Such days will come to an end soon." Xiao Yushi nodded lightly, and then she embraced Yan Yi. After that, Yan Yi started to cultivate behind closed doors, and he concentrated on cultivating and researching the critical strike technique. On the other hand, Ancient Domain City had started to speed up the training of the army. At the same time, countless profounders from the southern territory answered the summons of the Grand Qin Empire, and rushed incessantly to Ancient Domain City. Most importantly, the entire Talisman Masters Association had come over as well, and they'd even brought over countless talismans and all sorts of formations. The morale of the entire city rose greatly from the arrival of the Talisman Masters Association. Coupled with the news of Yan Yi killing those members of the hallowed grounds, the morale of all the forces in Ancient Domain City had risen to a terrifying height. At this moment, the morale they had made it so that they would probably even dare to try and kill a Monarch Realm expert if needed, the Central Territory. A strange scene appeared in the air above the Central Territory. A veil of red light had appeared in the air above the exalted Han Empire's territory. It was a veil of blood. Chapter 598. Misty Shadow City was a medium-sized city in the exalted Han Empire, and possessed over 50 million inhabitants. At this moment, Misty Shadow City was completely devoid of any signs of life as the air, and the air above the city was covered in a strange red-colored screen of light. Moreover, the sky above the red screen of light was filled with numerous small blood-red lanterns. It was an extremely strange sight. The skeleton of an enormous centipede resided at the center of the city, and numerous rivers of blood surrounded it. These rivers of blood were ceaselessly converging towards the skeleton, and the constant glow of blood caused the centipede skeleton to gradually undergo a subtle transformation. Zhuge and Luo Jun were not too far away from the skeleton. "Mortal Emperor, this is a soaring centipede, and it fed on dragons and black tortoises during the ancient times. It's a mortal enemy of those two clans. All those years ago, one of its clansmen offended someone from the hallowed grounds, so the hallowed grounds descended to our continent and slaughtered all the elites of its clan. After that, the Dragon Clan and Black Tortoise Clan took advantage of the situation and annihilated the entire Soaring Centipede clan. This Soaring Centipede before us can be considered to be the last one of its kind throughout our continent," said Zhuge. "How does it compare to Corpse Ancestor?" said Luo Jun in a low voice. Zhuge pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Both of them aren't able to do anything to each other because both their physical bodies are at the half-saint realm. So unless one of them attains the Monarch realm, otherwise it's impossible for one of them to defeat the other. However, the Soaring Centipede has an advantage, and that is its speed. Even Monarch realm experts can't catch up to it at its full speed." Luo Jun nodded lightly and said, "I obtained news that the Hallowed Grounds sent a 9th-rank Exalt Realm expert to meet my ancestor. I think that it's most definitely because Yan Ye's master heavily injured a Monarch Realm expert of the Hallowed Grounds. If I'm not wrong, the Hallowed Grounds might be intending to act against Yan Ye's master," Zhuge said. "Congratulations, Mortal Emperor. If the Hallowed Grounds really annihilate that half-saint, then our exalted Han Empire will be able to unify the entire human world in a short period of time," Luo Jun said. "Awaken the primeval titan, heaven-devouring rock, Taoist venom, and this soaring centipede as soon as possible. I hope to work with the Hallowed Grounds and annihilate the Southern Territory's forces while they deal with that half-saint. My exalted Han Empire will only possess the strength to face the Hallowed Grounds once we unite the human world. I don't want my exalted Han Empire to be forced to submit to the Hallowed Grounds. But the blood here isn't sufficient," said Zhuge. "Then continue killing until it's enough." Luo Jun spoke with indifference on his face. Zhuge was delighted and said, "Understood." Luo Jun ordered the slaughter of over 10 cities for the sake of reviving some formidable demon beasts and profounders from the ancient times. Almost 100 million of the population throughout the Central Territory was sacrificed. Some of the clans and sects within the Central Territory felt extreme disgust and aversion towards Luo Jun's actions, but they didn't dare to voice out their anger, because a sect had stepped forward and objected to such actions. Now, that sect had ceased to exist. At this moment, everyone understood that the exalted Han Empire possessed absolute strength in the Central Territory, and it wasn't something that any clan or sect could resist. So, they only had two paths. The first was to side with the Southern Territory, and the second option was the exalted Han Empire. No one chose to side with the Southern Territory because none looked favorably upon it. Yang Yi wasn't just mortal enemies with the exalted Han Empire, he had the same relationship with the hallowed grounds now. So, siding with the Southern Territory was equivalent to becoming mortal enemies with the hallowed grounds. They weren't Yang Yi. They didn't dare to go against the hallowed grounds. Even then, Luo Jun's actions had still caused the inhabitants of the Central Territory to be filled with resentment. But Luo Jun didn't care at all. In his opinion, if he could sacrifice some people to unify the entire human world, then not to mention 100 million, even 1 billion would be worth the sacrifice. Ancient Domain City. An army of Exalt Realm and Exalt Rank experts were standing on an enormous training grounds within the city. There were only 2,000 humans and dark beasts here, but the overall strength of this army was extremely formidable, and it was the strongest army amongst the entire army of the Southern Territory. At this moment, all of them were looking at a single person before them with excitement, Yang Yi. Needless to say, Yang Yi's reputation in the Southern Territory had arrived at an extreme height, and it was even to the extent that it even surpassed his master, the half-saint realm expert of the Southern Territory. Because had accomplished something that only the Sword Sect's founding ancestor had accomplished throughout the annals of history. Just he and his sword were able to horrify all the profounders of the Central Territory. The glory of the Sword Sect's founding ancestor was a legend, but Yang Yi wasn't. They'd witnessed everything that had done, and it could be said that even the disciples of the Sword Sect felt that Yang Yi had surpassed the attainments of the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. At the very least, had done so at this age bracket. The Dark Beasts had profound respect towards Yang Yi as well. After all, they were clearly aware of the strength which he possessed. Of course, they were even more respectful towards the little fellow on his shoulder. Because her bloodline had improved by a level after she received her inheritance, and it was extremely terrifying to low-level dark beasts and demon beasts. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he nodded lightly. Even though the combination of these Exalt Realm Profounders and Dark Beasts couldn't resist Luo Jun's elites for now, he believed that they would definitely not be inferior if they were given the time to grow. Because after they received the assistance of the Talisman Masters Association and the Demon Emperor, both the equipment and resources of this army could be said to be endless. Yang Yi said, "Everyone, I presume all of you are clearly aware who our enemies are. They are the Exalted Han Empire, all the elites of the Central Territory, and the formidable and mysterious Hallowed Grounds. The Exalted Han Empire has come to the Southern Territory to conquer us, and to make us submit to Luo Jun and be his dogs. How can we agree to that? The Hallowed Grounds has come here for us to surrender to them, and even take our own lives to atone for the death of their members. How can we agree to that? We can't." Their voices shot into the sky. Yang Yi said, "There has always been quite a bit of enmity between the human race and dark beasts, but we must put our enmity aside and join forces wholeheartedly. Because only then would we be able to go against the Exalted Han Empire and Hallowed Grounds. Otherwise, once the Exalted Han Empire conquers the Southern Territory, then everything that belonged to us would belong to someone else, and it's even to the extent that we'll lose possession of our own lives. Understand? How can any eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned? If Luo Jun's forces were to conquer our Southern Territory, then all the territory that belonged to us would definitely be seized by the clans and sects of the Central Territory. Don't worry, Sword Emperor, the reason we're standing here is because we understand that principle. Exactly. Our presence here represents our determinations. Sword Emperor, you're the hope of our entire southern territory. We're willing to follow you and fight the exalted Han Empire until the end. Even if we lose in the end, we firmly believe that you'll definitely be able to avenge us in the end. My ass! How could we possibly lose? Even if Luo Jun is the fucking mortal emperor, would we lose to him? Dream on! Sword Emperor, can I make a request? Can you bring me along if you're going to launch another surprise attack against Luo Jun's army? Don't worry, it'll absolutely not be a burden to you. Bring me along as well. I've been wanting to kill that pussy, Luo Jun, for a very long time. Take me along. Don't leave me behind. Awu! The exalt-rank dark beasts had started to howl and roar. Yan Yi felt his blood boil as he gazed at them. He was fighting Luo Jun and the hallowed grounds because he wanted to protect those that he cared about, and these fellows were fighting the exalted Han Empire and hallowed grounds with him because they had things they wanted to protect as well. They were actually all the same. Some cultivated for the sake of immortal life, and some for the sake of rising to the peak. But all of them were living beings, they had feelings, and they had things which they cared about and wanted to protect. Profounders were cold and heartless, and even the path of cultivation wasn't a heartless path. I never expected that you would actually be so skilled at moving the hearts of others. And Bairu and the black-clothed woman suddenly appeared behind Yan Yi. Yan Yi turned around and glanced at them before he said, I thought that you would have left Ancient Domain City to side with Luo Jun. After he refused to meet in Bairu that day, he hadn't heard any further news of the Southern clan, and had thought that they'd left for the Central Territory to side with Luo Jun. Can we speak in private? Said Bairu. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, All right. Both of them walked side by side through an alley. Yan Yi was holding the little fellow who was sound asleep, and he lightly rubbed her little head. That little fellow has a very high position in your heart, right? And Bairu gazed at the violet mink as she spoke softly. A unique and irreplaceable position, said Yan Yi. And Bairu glanced at the violet mink, and then she withdrew her gaze and said, I received news that Luo Jun is planning something big. I presume he won't underestimate you at all after the last few defeats he suffered. If he acts again, then he'll definitely be over 90% confident in his ability to succeed. You must remember that he only has to kill you or your master, and then the Southern Territory won't be able to obstruct his footsteps. Yan Yi fell silent because what she said was the truth. So long as he or Elder Mu was killed, then no one in the Southern Territory would be able to stop Luo Jun's footsteps. Luo Jun wasn't a fool, so he was definitely aware of it as well. In other words, if Luo Jun acted again, then Luo Jun's target would either be him or Elder Mu. Regardless of who it was, Luo Jun would have definitely made sufficient preparations. If he was the target, then Luo Jun was very likely to dispatch numerous experts to keep Elder Mu busy, but if Elder Mu was the target... Yan Yi turned around to look at Bairu as he said, Do you have any ideas? Ask all the Monarch Realm experts and your master to gather at Ancient Domain City. And Bairu continued, Of course, that's only a temporary measure. You are the key to everything, and you must attain the Monarch Realm. Otherwise, your master might really be unable to stop them if both the exalted Han Empire and the hallowed grounds are determined to kill you. Do you think that attaining the Monarch Realm is very easy? Yan Yi shook his head. And Bairu was just about to say something when a voice suddenly resounded in the air above Ancient Domain City. Team leaders with Dangfeng of the Sword Team and the Hallowed Grounds Holy Guard. I've specially come here to seek guidance from the Sword Emperor Yan Yi. Please leave the city and meet me in battle. Chapter 599. A green-clothed man was standing on a sword outside Ancient Domain City. He was around 20 years old, had starry eyes, sharp and slanted brows, long hair that hung down to his shoulders, and carried a black sword chest on his back. He held a strange rock in his left hand while he kept his right behind his back, and there was a wooden sword in its grasp. The man's face didn't reveal any disdain or arrogance that the other members of the hallowed grounds from before had shown, and there was only a carefree and composed expression there. His sword intent was restrained within him as he stood in midair, and his entire body didn't reveal a shred of an aura that caused discomfort in others. At this moment, all the profounders in Ancient Domain City had a completely new understanding of the members of the hallowed grounds. When he heard that the hallowed grounds had dispatched more forces against Yang Yi, Luo Jun had intended to watch the battle between them. After all, he felt extreme aversion towards the hallowed grounds as well, and he felt that it was definitely another arrogant and haughty fellow. However, Luo Jun was rather surprised when he saw this man, Zhuo Dangfeng. Because Zhuo Dangfeng's bearing and disposition was something he had only witnessed on one other person, and Nanjing. As for Yang Yi had no bearing and disposition. All Yang Yi had was bloodthirstiness and a little shamelessness. Looks like the members of the hallowed grounds aren't as terrible as I thought. Luo Jun revealed excitement from his eyes, and he felt slight anticipation towards the battle. Yan Yi immediately noticed Zhuo Dangfeng upon flying out of the city. Needless to say, this fellow was much more pleasant to look at when compared to those other members of the hallowed grounds. At the very least, he wasn't haughty or acted like he was almighty because he was from the hallowed grounds. After he saw Yang Yi, Zhuo Dangfeng sized Yang Yi up for a moment before he said, "Your sword intent is fierce, and it's actually able to arouse emotions in the swords within my sword chest. I presume you're the Sword Emperor of Profounder Continent. No wonder the entire sword team was annihilated at your hands. They really aren't able to go against you," Yang Yi said. "You're the second person in the younger generation who's able to make me feel threatened. Needless to say, I've really underestimated the hallowed grounds until now." Zhuo Dangfeng revealed slight surprise in his eyes as he said, "Even with the 10th level sword intent you possess, there's actually someone in the younger generation of Profounder Continent that can threaten you? Of course, I'm not looking down upon Profounder Continent, but the spirit energy here is really scarce while it has lost most of its inheritances. As far as I'm concerned, it's extremely rare for someone like you to be born in this continent. You might be able to meet her if you don't die today," said Yang Yi. Zhuo Dangfeng was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. "I came to Profounder Continent today because I was ordered by the hallowed grounds to take your life. Truthfully speaking, I don't really want to kill you. Because as far as I'm concerned, having a formidable sword cultivator as a rival would be able to help temper my sword Dao. Unfortunately, you've killed many members of my hallowed grounds, and your master even heavily injured an expert of my hallowed grounds. So, reconciliation is out of the question. The honor of the hallowed grounds tolerates no disrespect. Then let's begin." Yang Yi flipped his palm and the sword ruler appeared there. Zhuo Dangfeng nodded lightly, and then he pointed the wooden sword at Yang Yi as he said, "I started cultivating in the sword at the age of 5 and 17 years have passed until now. During this period, I've never lost a single battle against a sword cultivator. Being invincible in the sword Dao is a lonely life, and I presume you definitely feel the same. So, I hope you don't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone watched with astonishment as a strand of sword chi suddenly arrived in front of Yang Yi. It trembled slightly upon arriving just 3 m away from Yang Yi, and then it split into 10, 100, and then finally stopped at 1,000 strands of sword chi. In just an instant, Yang Yi was completely enveloped by them. How formidable! Just this attack had caused countless profounders in the surroundings to be visibly moved. Yang Yi revealed a solemn expression in his eyes as well. Because Zhuo Dangfeng's utilization of sword chi had arrived at an extremely terrifying state. Yang Yi swiftly swung the sword ruler horizontally, and then a strand of crescent-shaped sword chi shot forward violently, and collided with Zhuo Dangfeng's sword chi. An huge bang resounded as the sword chi dispersed towards the surroundings while slicing the surrounding space apart, causing countless pitch-black rifts to appear. "Swords!" Right at this moment, Zhuo Dangfeng's voice resounded. Suddenly, A strange energy sword appeared in the air above Yang Yi, and then a second and third appeared. In less than a breath of time, more than 10,000 energy swords had suddenly appeared. All of these energy swords were seemingly material as they were enhanced by 10th level sword intent, and they formed a dense mass that filled the sky. It was an extremely horrifying sight. Yan Ye's pupils constricted slightly. Zhuo Dengfeng's sword technique was at the heaven rank at least. Most importantly, every single one of those energy swords contained terrifying energy, and it was probably capable of injuring an Exalt realm expert with ease. Luo Jun, who was watching from afar, revealed a solemn expression as well. Because the strength Zhuo Dengfeng revealed right now was something that perhaps only he, Yan Yi, and Nanjing could resist. However, had heard that Zhuo Dengfeng was barely able to be ranked at just the 10th position amongst the Holy Guard of the Hallowed Grounds. Kill! Zhuo Dengfeng's voice resounded again, and then the 10,000 energy swords suddenly transformed into rays of light that rained down towards Yan Yi, and they completely enveloped Yan Yi in an instant. Bang! Meanwhile, a strand of violet sword chi suddenly flashed out from within the envelopment of the energy swords. After it charged out from amidst the energy swords, it instantly arrived before Zhuo Dengfeng. However, Zhuo Dengfeng's expression remained unchanged. Sword guard! As soon as he spoke, a vortex formed from swords floated up into appearance before Zhuo Dengfeng, and Yan Ye's violet sword chi was instantly sucked in upon coming into contact with the vortex. After that, nothing else happened. It was like Yan Ye's violet sword chi had never existed. However, Zhuo Dengfeng's brows had knit together slightly. Everyone in Ancient Domain City was shocked. Yang Yi frowned as well when he witnessed this scene. Because Zhuo Dengfeng's sword techniques were so numerous and so formidable that it truly exceeded his imagination. Zhuo Dengfeng nodded slightly when he saw Yang Yi emerge completely unharmed, and he said, "As expected of the Sword Emperor of this world. You're much stronger than I expected. Besides that, your violet sword chi is quite strange. I might not be able to stop them with such ease if you swing a few more at me." Yang Yi didn't speak. He activated the stellar shuttle and instantly arrived in front of Zhuo Dengfeng instead. At the same time, the sword ruler warped the space before it as it struck down from above Zhuo Dengfeng. A wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes when he noticed the terrifying strength carried by Yang Ye's sword. Because he hadn't imagined that Yang Ye's pure physical strength would actually be able to fill his sword with such might. Zhuo Dengfeng didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and he lightly stabbed his wooden sword against Yang Ye's sword ruler. Bang! Countless strands of sword chi sprayed from the point of collision, while space rippled like a crumpled piece of paper. They split apart as soon as they collided. What strength! Zhuo Dengfeng gazed at his hand, which was trembling slightly, and he was quite shocked. However, his eyes revealed excitement as he said, "Very good. You didn't disappoint me. You're qualified to make me utilize my sword chest. Haha." As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous ray of light suddenly charged out from within the sword chest on Zhuo Dengfeng's back, and it pierced the sky. An ancient sheath appeared in Yan Ye's hand, and then he slowly sheathed a sword within it. Chapter 600. Dazzling rays of light shot out incessantly from within the sword chest on Zhuo Dengfeng's back. Those who were comparatively stronger were able to discern that there were at least a few tens of thousands of swords amidst the rays of light. Moreover, their number was increasing without end. After around 5 breaths of time had passed, those rays of light had converged into almost 100,000 swords, and the weakest amongst them was at the heaven rank. The enormous ray of light formed from 100,000 swords pierced through the sky, and simply seemed as if it was on the verge of tearing the heavens apart. The fierce and terrifying sword intent emanated from it caused the swords of many profounders within Ancient Domain City to tremble, and some swords of comparatively low quality even exploded apart on the spot. Countless people in the surroundings were astounded. Ding Xiaoyao, Xiao Yushi, and the others revealed extremely serious gazes. At this moment, Luo Jun and the others revealed extremely serious expressions as well because Zhu Dengfeng's strength had far surpassed their imagination. On the other hand, Lan Yun, who stood atop the city walls with the others, seemed to be filled with excitement. Zhu Dengfeng was the team leader of the sword team, and while his overall strength might not be on par with the members and team leaders of the other groups, his accomplishments in the sword Dao was the best throughout the younger generation of the hallowed grounds. That was something that even those monstrous geniuses who stood at the top of the hallowed grounds rankings had no choice but to admit. It could be said that Zhu Dengfeng's natural talent in the sword Dao was even greater than the unfettered one whom even the hallowed grounds had feared all those years ago. Of course, it was only in terms of natural talent. After all, natural talent wasn't the only factor that determined a person's future. The sword sect's founding ancestor hadn't relied on his natural talent alone to shock the entire continent. In short, she absolutely refused to believe that Yang Ye's accomplishments in the sword Dao, natural talent, and strength were greater than Zhu Dengfeng. Zhu Dengfeng held that strange rock in his hand as he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, this sword technique is called Sky Burial, and it's a low-grade Dao rank technique. I once utilized this technique to heavily injure an expert who just advanced into the monarch realm. Come, let me witness your strength. Execute your strongest attack. Otherwise, you might not have the chance. Clang! A sword howl resounded as Yang Yi drew the sword within the ancient sheath, and then a strand of violent sword chi tore through the sky as it shot right towards Zhu Dengfeng. The sword chi was like a meteor that flashed through the sky, and some comparatively weaker profounders weren't even able to catch sight of it. On the other hand, the stronger profounders were merely able to faintly distinguish its trajectory. If it wasn't for the spatial rift that it tore through the sky, there would probably be many who weren't even aware that Yang Yi had attacked. Zhu Dengfeng's pupils constricted when he sensed the might carried by this attack, and he didn't dare to act carelessly. The enormous ray of light descended from the sky with a single command, and it collided forcefully against Yang Ye's violet-colored sword chi. Bang! An explosion that shook the world resounded by the ears of all the spectators, and it shook them to the point their eardrums hurt. Innumerable strands of sword chi were raining down from the horizon. Every single fine strand of sword chi left a tiny gap in space wherever they passed, so the entire sky was filled with fine and pitch-black rifts. It was like an enormous spiderweb, and it was an astounding sight to behold. Yang Yi and Zhu Dengfeng were blasted over 300 m back by the aftershock. But only a moment passed before they shot explosively towards each other again. At the same time, their swords emanated countless rays of light which shot violently towards each other. At this moment, the sky was filled by the glow of swords. As they watched the battle in the sky, the hearts of countless spectators were filled with extreme shock. Because the battle between Yang Yi and Zhu Dengfeng didn't seem like a battle between Exalt Realm experts at all, and it was like a battle between Monarch Realm experts instead. Luo Jun held tightly onto the Mortal Emperor's sword in his hand while he watched Yang Yi fight in the sky. For the very first time, he noticed that he had made a mistake. He felt that he really shouldn't have underestimated Yang Yi in the beginning, and he shouldn't have become enemies with Yang Yi for the sake of the Flower Palace. It was precisely that mistake which made him pay a horrible price, and he had to continue paying such a price. Bang! The sword ruler in Yang Ye's hand smashed against Zhu Dengfeng's wooden sword, and then they immediately split apart. Zhu Dengfeng's hands were trembling and felt numb while Yang Yi seemed to be completely fine. Awesome! Let's continue! Yang Yi roared with laughter as his figure shot forward explosively. Yang Yi had always wanted to look for someone to spar with because only then would he be able to notice his flaws and the aspects of himself which needed improvement. Moreover, he could utilize the battles to draw experience from the way various sword cultivators fought. Unfortunately, besides in Nanjing, there wasn't anyone in the younger generation of the southern continent who could allow him to fight to his heart's content. The worst part was that in Nanjing wasn't a sword cultivator. Yet now, Zhu Dengfeng just happened to be a suitable candidate. Zhu Dengfeng's pupils constricted when he saw Yang Yi shoot forward explosively. Yang Ye's sword techniques were inferior to his own, but Yang Ye's physical strength and defense far surpassed him. Moreover, Yan Ye's speed wasn't inferior to his at all. So, he wasn't able to gain even the slightest advantage from a close-quartered battle with Yan Yi, but he couldn't increase the distance between them as well. So, Zhuo Dengfeng had no other choice but to fight Yan Yi in close quarters over and over again. Yan Yi smashed the sword ruler at Zhuo Dengfeng time and time again. He didn't utilize any sword techniques or combat techniques, and he just focused on smashing the sword ruler down with all his strength, forcefully and ruthlessly. Because instead of all these techniques and skills, he preferred pure strength. In the beginning, Zhuo Dengfeng had been able to barely resist Yan Ye's strength, but it wasn't long before he was gradually smashed into a disadvantaged position. The countless profoundists throughout ancient domain city roared with cheers upon noticing this, but Ding Xiaoyao, Xiao Yushi, and the others still had frowns on their faces while the worry in their eyes hadn't lessened at all. Because while Zhuo Dengfeng had fallen into a disadvantaged position, he was still calm and composed. His rhythm hadn't been thrown into disorder at all. In other words, he was still concealing his strength. Sword step! Suddenly, Zhuo Dengfeng shouted as he moved a little, and then he mysteriously vanished on the spot. He was 300 m to the left when he appeared again. Yan Yi was just about to pursue him when he appeared 600 m to the right. Just like that, Zhuo Dengfeng's figure flickered incessantly through the surroundings, and it was extremely strange and mysterious. It's a Dao rank technique at least. Yan Yi shook his head as he said to himself, the members of the hallowed grounds really are unlike us. Dao rank techniques are like water to them, they have as much as they want. Sword union! Right at this moment, Zhuo Dengfeng's voice resounded in a very strange way because it could be heard from all directions. As soon as he spoke, those swords which had descended from the sky earlier had suddenly transformed into rays of light that flew towards him. In just a moment, they formed a completely round ball that seemed like a cocoon, and it completely enveloped both him and Yan Yi. However, Yan Yi seemed to have no intention to attack, and he was curiously sizing up this ball of swords. Everyone else in the outside world was shocked by this scene, and the hearts of Xiao Yushi, Ding Xiaoyao, and the other girls even shook while solemn expressions appeared on their faces. Because they were very clearly aware that the outcome was about to be decided, and that meant that life and death was about to be decided as well. The most carefree existence here was the little fellow. Only she had practically blind confidence in Yan Yi. In her heart, Yan Yi was invincible within the same realm of cultivation. Perhaps Yan Yi might lose, but he would absolutely not die. Because no profounder in the same realm of cultivation was capable of killing him, not even in Nanjing. However, the little fellow wasn't aware of the influence Yan Ye's defeat would have on the southern territory. Luo Jun stared fixedly at the ball of swords. If Yan Yi died. No, even if Yan Yi lost, it would be extremely great news for him because Yan Ye's undefeated status would definitely crumble, and it would make the southern territory's morale plummet. On the contrary, the morale on his side would definitely soar because Yan Yi wasn't invincible. He was just a man, and he could be defeated as well. Of course, it was even better if Yan Yi just died. Within the ball of swords, Zhuo Dengfeng gazed at Yan Yi as he said, I'm aware that you've comprehended the sword domain. Actually, I've always been curious about its might. Would you allow me to experience it? Yan Yi glanced at the swords in the surroundings and said, This still isn't enough. Zhuo Dengfeng nodded and said, Do you know why I still dared to fight you by myself when I knew that you'd comprehended the sword domain? When he spoke up to this point, his gaze descended onto the strange rock which he held in his left hand, and he said, It's because of it. This is a sword seed, and it contains the sword intent of all the previous sword cultivators of my hallowed grounds. It provides its possessor with invincibility to evil. It's a counter to all who cultivate on the path of evil. Of course, its most important ability is that it can improve one's sword intent for 2 hours. As soon as he spoke, countless strands of different sword intents suddenly surged out from within the sword seed, and they surged into him. Bang! A terrifying aura that wasn't inferior to a monarch realm expert exploded from within him. At the same time, those swords in the surroundings seemed as if they'd come to life, and then sword howls resounded incessantly. It was cheers of excitement and joy. 11th level sword intent. Yan Yi tightened his grip on the ancient sheath and said, I never expected that there really was an 11th level sword intent above the 10th level. I really was quite ignorant. During the primeval times, sword intent was divided into the 10 level of Earth Realm sword intent and Heaven Realm sword intent. Heaven Realm sword intent comes after the 10 levels of Earth Realm sword intent, and it only has 3 levels. Attaining one's level Heaven Realm sword intent represents that one's sword intent can rely on the strength of the world, and that's something which only Monarch Realm experts can accomplish. At this moment, I'm equivalent to a Monarch Realm expert. Zhu Dengfeng slowly pointed his wooden sword at Yan Yi and said, Come, allow me to experience the strength of the so-called sword domain. Yan Yi nodded, and then he said, Allow me to ask one last question. Will the hallowed ground still dispatch more forces for me once you're dead? Ha! Zhu Dengfeng roared with laughter, and he laughed for quite some time before he said, If I die, then the hallowed grounds will truly take you seriously, and no one will be opposed to the hallowed grounds' decisions to deal with you. In short, if I die at your hands, then the hallowed grounds will definitely not allow a latent threat like you to exist. On the other hand, if you die, then the hallowed grounds' order is to slaughter everyone related to you. All right. Then you can go to hell. Yan Yi took a step forward. Chapter 601. Along with this step he took, an invisible force suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and then Zhu Dengfeng's sharp and fierce sword intent was instantly suppressed and restrained. At the same time, the swords all around them had stopped moving while the glow they emanated was dispersed. They'd become completely dim. A ray of violet light flashed. Zhu Dengfeng's eyes opened wide as the sword seed in his hand fell to the ground, and a trace of envy and enlightenment appeared in his eyes. He said, So that's it. So that's the strength of a domain. Unfortunately, He hadn't even been able to finish speaking when countless stands of sword intent suddenly erupted from within him, and then an explosion resounded as his entire body exploded apart into a rain of blood. Yan Yi was slightly stunned by this scene because he had no intention to destroy Zhu Dengfeng's body. But he came to a slight understanding when he saw the sword intent that had exploded out from within Zhu Dengfeng's body. He realized that Zhu Dengfeng had probably suffered backlash from the effects of the sword seed. After all, had utilized the sword seed to forcefully improve his sword intent to the 11th level, or in other words, the 1st level of the Heaven Realm. However, he wasn't able to fully suppress that sword intent. The reason it hadn't exploded out from him right from the start was because Zhu Dengfeng was perfectly fine at the time. But once Yan Yi utilized his sword domain and suppressed the sword intent within Zhu Dengfeng, it removed the restraints and suppression placed upon the sword intent from within the sword seed. That was exactly why Zhu Dengfeng suffered backlash. Alas, you brought this down upon yourself. Yan Yi shook his head and felt quite regretful that had lost such a good sword servant. But it was fine because while had lost a sword servant, had obtained 3 treasures. Yan Yi waves his hand, and then the sword seed, the wooden sword, and the black sword chest flew over to him. His gaze descended onto the wooden sword first because he noticed that it was slightly mysterious. Firstly, it was actually able to resist his sword ruler. Secondly, he noticed that it seemed to be capable of enhancing sword intent and sword chi. Yan Yi took it in his grasp and waved it lightly, and then a strand of sword chi shot forward. A wisp of happiness instantly appeared on Yan Yi's face because his guess was right. The wooden sword wasn't just able to enhance sword intent, it was also capable of enhancing the speed of sword chi and sword intent. Yan Yi sensed it for a while and determined that the wooden sword could improve sword intent by 30%, and it could at least double his attack speed. An arc couldn't help but curl up on the corners of Yan Yi's mouth. If I utilized this wooden sword with the critical strike technique and that sword seed, what if the intent ignition technique and Heaven Rend were utilized as well? At this moment Yan Yi had the impulse to look for a monarch realm to engage in a one-on-one battle. After a moment of excitement, Yan Yi's gaze descended onto the sword seed. A strange and profound energy suddenly appeared as he held it in his hand. Yan Yi was slightly stunned by this development, and then he was overjoyed. Because he noticed that the sword seed had actually allowed him to instantly attain a calm and clear state while he held it in his palm. Moreover, he even felt that it was actually tempering his own sword intent. No wonder he was always holding it. So this sword seed is actually capable of such things. Ha! Yan Yi couldn't help but roar with laughter. Regardless of whether it was the sword seed or the wooden sword, they were extremely useful to him. It could be said that both of them were capable of improving his overall strength by a level. In the end, Yan Yi's gaze descended onto the black sword chest. Had witnessed its might during the battle just now. After all, 100,000 swords were definitely extremely useful in fights against large numbers of enemies. Yan Yi didn't know how Zhuo Dangfeng had gathered so many heaven-rank swords, nor did he know where Zhuo Dangfeng had found a sword chest capable of storing 100,000 swords. In any case, all of that wasn't important because all of it was his now. If I make all of these 100,000 swords into Dao rank. Yan Yi's eyes instantly lit up when he thought up to this point. Because if he did that, then he would definitely be able to slaughter Monarch Realm experts like dogs. However, Yan Yi quickly shook his head. Not to mention whether he could obtain that many Dao artifacts, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to control that many with his current strength. Dao artifacts weren't as easy to control as heaven-ranked treasures were. Yan Yi was in a state of excitement for quite some time before he started to study the sword seed, wooden sword, and sword chest while residing within the ball of swords. Especially the sword chest. He noticed that it was unlike the sword chests had possessed in the past. This sword chest seemed to possess a sword formation, so he had to study it. Yan Yi didn't know that his actions caused the others in the outside world to be stirred. When the glow of the swords dispersed, and all the swords stopped moving, all the profounders in the outside world had held their breaths and stared fixedly at it. Because they knew that the outcome had definitely been decided. No, it should be said that life and death had been decided. The one who emerged from within would be the victor. So, they stared fixedly at it, and this even included Luo Jun. However, they hadn't expected that no one would emerge from within. The sword formation didn't disperse. In other words, Zhuo Dangfeng was still alive within there. So, when they thought of a certain possibility, the countenance of most profounders from the southern territory had instantly turned pale. It wasn't just them, even the faces of Ding Xiaoyao, Xiaoyushi, and the other girls had turned grim as well. On the other hand, Lan Yun revealed a dazzling smile while the excitement in her eyes wasn't disguised at all. Mortal Emperor, has Yang Yi died? Zhao Zhangfei, who stood by Luo Jun's side, spoke with excitement. What would it represent if Yang Yi had really died? It represented that the exalted Han Empire would be able to unify the human world as soon as possible. So how could he not feel excited? Even though Luo Jun was trying his best to restrain himself, a wisp of happiness and excitement had still appeared in his eyes. If it was possible, he really wanted to kill Yang Yi with his own hands. Because had suffered too many losses at Yang Yi's hands, and he really wanted to take revenge. However, the gods clearly refused to give him such an opportunity because he was 80% sure that Yang Yi had been defeated. Based on his understanding of Yang Yi would have immediately emerged from within the ball of swords and made a show of strength upon attaining victory in the battle. But Yang Yi hadn't emerged from within there until now. In other words, Yang Yi had definitely lost. No, he should be considered to be dead. On the other hand, Zhuo Dangfeng hadn't emerged from within because had probably been injured and was recuperating. Along with the passage of time, the hearts of the profounders in ancient domain city grew heavier and heavier. Suddenly, the sword formation before them suddenly started moving again. Xiaoyushi and the others instantly turned ghastly pale when they witnessed this scene. On the other hand, Luo Jun wasn't able to restrain himself any longer, and he roared madly with laughter. Ha ha! Yang Yi! To think you would suffer such a fate! Ha ha! Immediately gather the army! You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.